Chapter 1533. The sky was filled with flashes of blood-red lightning, and its might was oppressive. The door of disaster stared at Yi Xian with lightning flashing in its eyes. Killing intent. An invisible killing intent filled the surroundings, and the target of this killing intent was Yi Xian. Beside Yi Xian, Wan Jun's expression was extremely solemn. She had never sensed such a powerful killing intent before. She was puzzled. The door of disaster clearly wanted to kill Yi Xian, but it did not make a move. Why was that? From the looks of it, even if Yi Xian's sword had reached mortal mode, he was still no match for the door of disaster. At that moment, she thought of Yi Xian's big brother. How strong was that big brother? To think that this woman was so afraid of him. Wan Jun's heart was filled with curiosity. At that moment, the door of disaster suddenly pointed at Yi Xian. Just you wait, you be *tch. After saying that, it returned to the prism pagoda. As the door of disaster disappeared, the blood-red lightning instantly disappeared without a trace. In the end, she did not choose to make a move. To be more precise, she did not dare to. The swordsman had let Yi Xian out to train, but that did not mean that he would really let Yi Xian be killed. In particular, if she made a move, the swordsman would definitely make a move. This was because her strength was much higher than Yi Xian's. The swordsman would not allow her to make a move against Yi Xian. After the door of disaster disappeared, the smile on Yi Xian's face also disappeared. He had purposely provoked the door of disaster, but he knew very well that his current strength was still insufficient to contend against the door of disaster. Most importantly, the white-armored woman had said that the door of disaster was not the disaster law. The disaster law was even stronger than the door of disaster. Moreover, from the white-armored woman's words, it seemed that he had not only defied the disaster law, but also the karma law, the time law, the life law. In other words, he had offended at least half of the 9 universal laws. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. It's too difficult for me. Meanwhile, the space in the distance suddenly split open, and then a woman walked out of it. The woman wore a long white dress and held an ancient book in her hand. When they saw this woman, the sage and the Heavenly Mother hurriedly bowed slightly. Heavenly Teacher, Heavenly Master. His position in the Tian family is only second to the clan head. Now that Tian Master had fallen, this Tian family naturally belongs to Master Tianshi. The Celestial Master nodded. She then looked at Wan Jun in the distance with a complicated expression. It's been hard on you all these years. Hua Jun fell silent. She did not hate the Celestial Master. If not for the Celestial Master's protection, she would not have survived at all. The Celestial Master opened her palm, and a black seal suddenly flew into her hand from afar. With a light tap of her fingers, the black seal floated in front of Lan Jun. From this moment on, you are the patriarch of my Tian family. The Heavenly Mother's expression instantly changed when she heard this. One had to know that Wan Jun hated the Tian family very much. Once she became the family head, if there was a purge, the Heavenly Teacher glanced at the sage and the Heavenly Mother. The Tian family will be fine. The sage hesitated for a moment and said, Heavenly Teacher, should we inform the elders about this? The sage was expressionless. They have already agreed. The sage did not say anything else. The Celestial Master and the elders had agreed. This matter was basically set in stone. The Celestial Master walked in front of Wan Jun. Wan Jun did not take the black seal. The Celestial Master looked at Wan Jun. If you want to clear father's grievances, you must become the patriarch. Wan Jun shook her head. What's the use of clearing the grievances? They are already dead. The Celestial Master shook her head. You cannot think like this. Now you can change the Tian family. Wan Jun looked at the Celestial Master. The Celestial Master said softly, all these years, the Tian family's path has become narrower and narrower. It needs reform. Wan Jun looked at the Celestial Master. Why not become the Tian family lord? The Celestial Master shook her head. I am not suitable. But suitable. Wan Jun frowned. Why? The Celestial Master looked at Wan Jun. Because that position has always been yours. Wan Jun's hands slowly clenched. It had always been hers. In the past, her father was the Tian family lord, and she was the Tian family's young master. But then something happened. The position of the Tian family lord was taken by Tian Lin. The celestial master said again, "We should take back what originally belonged to father." After a moment of silence, Wan Jun suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. "What do you think?" Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He did not expect Wan Jun to suddenly ask him this question. Yi Xian thought for a moment. This is an internal matter of the Tian family. Wan Jun looked at Yi Xian. "I want to hear your opinion." Yi Xian pondered for a moment. "My opinion is not suitable." Wan Jun was stunned. Then she smiled. "Why?" Yi Xian glanced at the celestial master. "When father was in trouble, how did the Tian family treat our family? To be honest, I don't think such a cold-blooded family is worth staying. Moreover, this lady's motive for making her the patriarch is not that simple." As he spoke, Yi Xian kept staring at the celestial master. The celestial master looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, the Tian family is her home." Yi Xian smiled. "It's her home? Then why did you watch her family get destroyed? I know it's for the sake of Daquan. For a family like yours, Daquan is equivalent to sacrificing anyone. Am I right?" The celestial master was silent. Yi Xian continued. "If I were Miss Wan Jun, I would destroy the Tian family." The celestial master frowned. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled. "But I can see that Miss Wan Jun doesn't have that much hatred for the Tian family anymore. That's because the culprit is dead." Having said that, he looked at Wan Jun. "Wan Jun, as a friend, my advice is not to go back. Of course, it's still up to you. I respect and support your decision." Wan Jun smiled sweetly. "Then I won't go back." Yi Xian nodded. "All right. What do you plan to do next?" After a moment of silence, Wan Jun said, "Can I follow?" Yi Xian was stunned. Wan Jun smiled. "I'm just joking. I'm going to Sword Abyss because my father died there. I want to see that place." "Sword Abyss?" Yi Xian subconsciously asked. "Do you need me to go with you?" Wan Jun immediately said, "Yes." Yi Xian was speechless. Wan Jun smiled. "From your expression, you don't seem too willing." Yi Xian shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to, but my intuition tells me that something bad might happen if I go with you." Wan Jun asked, "The cause of calamity?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Wan Jun smiled. "I'm not afraid." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Wan Jun, do you know? If it's not my big brother, anyone who follows me will suffer a calamity." He naturally would not forget that terrifying calamity. Even Nian Nian and Tu seemed so powerless in the face of that calamity. Wan Jun faced Yi Xian. "I've said it. After saving me, we'll bear any karma together." Yi Xian hesitated and was about to speak when Wan Jun suddenly said, "I'm not afraid, so what's there to be afraid of? Or do you think I'm pestering you?" Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. "Of course not." Wan Jun said. "Then let's go to Sword Abyss." Saying that, she pulled Yi Xian and turned to leave. After Yi Xian and Wan Jun left, the Heavenly Master suddenly shook his head and said softly, "No matter what, I must be the family head." The Heavenly Mother looked at the Heavenly Master. "Heavenly Master, is it because of that youth that you insist on choosing Wan Jun?" The Heavenly Master nodded. The Heavenly Mother was puzzled. "Why? He's a person with a calamity body." The Heavenly Master looked at the distant horizon and said softly, "A person with a calamity body can live until now, and live so comfortably. What does this mean? It means that there's someone behind him, who can defy the laws of the universe. If our Tian family can hug this leg, our Tian family will be able to rise to the next level, and even jump out of this Nether River star field." Saying that, she turned to look at the Heavenly Mother. The fall of the Heavenly Master will definitely cause quite a stir. Some forces that were suppressed by our Tian family back then will probably cause trouble, especially the Sage sect. The two of you will go back to the Tian family and recall all the experts of our Tian family outside. The Sage said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Master, Wan Jun is currently very resistant to our Tian family. If we want her to be the family head, I'm afraid," the Heavenly Master said. "I'll handle this matter." The Sage glanced at the Heavenly Master. "Good. Then I'll return to the family with the Heavenly Mother." After saying that, He and the Heavenly Mother disappeared. The Heavenly Master also turned and disappeared into the distant horizon. Not long after the Heavenly Master disappeared, a woman appeared in the field. It was the white-armored woman from before. The white-armored woman looked into the distance with a gloomy expression. She didn't expect to encounter the gate of adversity here. It wasn't a good thing to encounter the gate of adversity here. A moment later, the white-armored woman said softly, "Damn it." After saying that, she disappeared. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword with Wan Jun by his side. Wan Jun said softly, "This sword abyss is one of the 2 forbidden areas of our Nether River star field. Its degree of danger is second only to the forbidden areas of humans." Yi Xian asked, "Why is it a forbidden area?" Wan Jun said, "Legend has it that a swordsman used his sword there. It was that sword that directly turned a large world there into an abyss, which is the sword abyss. The reason why it's dangerous is because there's an extremely terrifying and brutal sword Dao will there. The deeper you go, the stronger the sword Dao will." Swordsman. Yi Xian immediately became interested and quickly asked, "Is it very strong?" Wan Jun nodded with an incomparably solemn expression. "Very, very strong. Ordinary experts can't even get close to the sword abyss." After saying that, she paused and said, "Actually, strictly speaking, that place is more dangerous than this forbidden area. However, you can choose that place because if you can't go any further, you can retreat. But once you enter this forbidden area, it's basically impossible to get out." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "If it's so dangerous, why do so many people go there?" Wan Jun said in a low voice, "Because a spirit ancestor once appeared there. It's said that the spirit ancestor buried a box there." "A box?" Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. The next moment he directly jumped up. "Spirit ancestor? A box? Is it that little white guy?" Wan Jun looked at Yi Xian, a little surprised. "It's said that the spirit ancestor's entire body is snow white. Do you know him?" Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. "Know him?" Of course he knew him. As if thinking of something, he suddenly said, "Swordsman. The one who used the sword. Don't tell me it's that green-robed man. That can't be. That green-robed man has a gentle temperament. How can his sword Dao will be brutal?" At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said timidly, "Young master, gentle temperament. This word really doesn't suit master. You should use another word." Yi Xian. P.S. It's not that I'm late, but every time Zongheng updates the system, it needs to be reviewed. Chapter 1534. Gentle temperament. Xiaota was speechless. Until now, it could not forget its blood-red master. At that time, besides Xiaobai, he would kill anyone. He even killed it. In short, its master went crazy and did not recognize his own family. Hearing Xiaota's words, Yi Xian was confused. "I think your master's temper is quite good." "Xiaota?" Yi Xian asked again. "Is it not good?" Xiaota was silent for a moment, then said, "He is quite good to his own people, and his temper was not bad. His temper was really bad in the beginning. Sigh. When I followed master at that time. He was simply a pervert. One word of disagreement, he would kill your mother. Basically, no matter where he went, that world would be destroyed. He was simply a malefic. Moreover, he is even more troublesome than you, young master. Young master, trouble comes to you, but many of master's troubles were caused by him." Speaking up to this point, it paused, then said, "Actually, young master, you are very fortunate." "Fortunate?" Yi Xian was confused. "Xiaota, you said I am fortunate?" Xiaota said, "Compared to master before, you are really fortunate. Master in the past was really miserable. Back then, he fought his way out with real swords and spears. Behind him, there were millions of corpses. How could his bloodline break through? Because he was really crazy. Moreover, the people that master cared about in the past, too many died. For example, Grandpa Mu, master's mother, master's father. Especially the last battle that year. That battle, Sister Axiu and Sister Qi Bai Tian died in the battle. And 2 sisters Tianming also died in the battle. Ye and Xiao Bai were almost killed by that terrifying woman. That woman." Speaking up to this point, Xiaota seemed to have thought of something. His voice actually trembled. Yi Xian said in a low voice. You mean Qing? Xiao Ta hurriedly said. Yes, that's her. Her name is Tian Ming. The strongest Tian Ming. If it weren't for Swordsman's help in that battle, everyone would have died. Even with the help of that swordsman, Master still couldn't kill that woman. That woman is terrifying. Yi Xian was speechless. Wan Jun felt a little curious. Who is Xiao Ta's master? Also, who was the woman Xiao Ta was talking about? Meanwhile, Xiao Ta said, although Master's temper isn't good, as long as you don't provoke him, he won't take the initiative to bully others. As for that woman, it's no longer a matter of whether she has a good temper or not. I feel that she dislikes everyone. Yi Xian said solemnly. Xiao Ta, I think Qing has a good temper. Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up. Young master, don't joke around. She has a good temper? My God. Yi Xian was speechless. Wan Jun suddenly said. Xiao Ta, your young master has a body of adversity. Those who have the body of adversity will be plagued by adversity for the rest of their lives. Xiao Ta said angrily. The body of adversity is nothing. Master can kill the mother * king cause of adversity with one slash. Hehe. Inside the prison pagoda, the door of adversity suddenly laughed coldly. Xiao Ta suddenly ran to the 9th floor. Xiao Er, are you unhappy? The door of adversity said angrily. Get lost, I don't want to talk to you. If it weren't for that swordsman sealing her abilities, she would have smashed this stupid pagoda to pieces. Compared to Yi Xian, she was even more displeased with this stupid pagoda. Yi Xian was despicable, but this stupid pagoda was annoying, extremely annoying. Xiao Ta did not leave, but continued to say, Xiao Er, have some manners. The door of adversity stared at Xiao Ta. You're talking about manners with me? Are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my pagoda? Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta said, Xiao Er, I didn't scold you, did I? The door of adversity was expressionless. Can you get lost? Xiao Ta jumped up and down. I won't. Hit me then. The door of adversity stared at Xiao Ta. She did not make a move, because she could not do anything to this stupid pagoda in her current state. In fact, this Xiao Ta was more terrifying than the experts outside. She could kill an Eternal Realm expert in seconds, but she could not do anything to this Xiao Ta. This Xiao Ta was too tough. Only in her normal state could she defeat this Xiao Ta. Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Xiao Er, can I ask you a question? The door of adversity looked up. You get lost too. You and this stupid pagoda are both despicable. I don't want to talk to you. Yi Xian was speechless. Beside him, Wan Jun shook her head and smiled. Miss Xiao Er, why must you kill him? Just because he has a disaster body. Yi Xian looked at Wan Jun. Wan Jun had asked exactly what he wanted to ask. This girl knew what he was thinking. Could she be interested in him? Inside the prison pagoda, the door of adversity said calmly. Isn't that enough? Wan Jun frowned. Then you're too overbearing. The door of adversity looked up and sneered. Overbearing? Are you joking? Do you know why he has a disaster body? Wan Jun shook her head. I don't. The door of adversity said coldly. There are 3 reasons. First, he himself. Second, his father. Third, his sister. Yi Xian was confused. What do you mean? The door of adversity was expressionless. What do you mean? Do you know how deep the sin your father and your sister committed back then was? Especially when the 2 of them forcefully went against the heavens in order to save some people. They disrupted the laws and order of the universe, causing cracks to appear in them. Do you know how serious the consequences were? Yi Xian frowned. You can just look for them for what they did. Why did they bully me? Don't tell me they're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The door of adversity said angrily. Do you think you're innocent? Yi Xian said angrily. Of course I'm innocent. I'm the scapegoat. Who else would I be innocent if not? The door of adversity's voice suddenly grew louder. Innocent my ass. It's all your own doing. Innocent my ass. Yi Xian was confused. What do you mean by myself? The door of adversity's expression was extremely cold. Do you know who you are? Yi Xian said. I'm Yi Xian. The door of adversity shook its head. I'm speechless. Yi Xian was speechless. The door of adversity said again. You're that woman's brother. But do you know what your past life was like? You definitely don't know, because none of us know. Yi Xian blinked in disbelief. What the heck? You mean to say that the life in which I was Qing Er's brother's brother wasn't simple? The door of adversity fell silent for a moment before saying, From what we know, you've been going against the heavens since the beginning. There was a period of time when the reincarnation laws were disrupted. It was also because of that time that the reincarnation laws were heavily injured. According to our calculations, it was definitely your doing. However, we don't know who you were in your past life. We only know that mysterious person was the first person to break the laws and reincarnate. Yi Xian said excitedly. So you're saying that my past life was a superpower? The door of adversity was expressionless. Why? You seem very happy. Yi Xian was about to speak when the door of adversity said angrily, You're a pig. That person reincarnated. But it wasn't a true reincarnation. His body, soul, and memories were reincarnated together. Simply put, you were a sacrifice chosen by him. Once he regained his memories, you would cease to exist. Unfortunately, he reincarnated and became that woman's brother. Furthermore, he was unlucky and died before he regained his memories. Most importantly, that woman woke up. Did you know? After that woman woke up, she defied the heavens again and disrupted the reincarnation laws to forcefully change your fate. Yi Xian was silent for a moment before saying, The mysterious person you mentioned, has he already reincarnated? The door of adversity said, No, he's still you. Yi Xian was puzzled. Isn't he dead? The door of adversity said angrily. In that life, that woman in a plain dress forcefully defied the heavens. She forcefully entered the reincarnation cycle to save you. Not only that, but she also defied the laws of life to forcefully extend your life. She saved you, which was equivalent to saving the mysterious person who reincarnated into your body. However, she was very impressive. She stopped that person from awakening. She forcefully stopped that person from awakening. Otherwise, you would have been long gone. Yi Xian was speechless. The door of adversity said, Your entire family is perverted. That green-robed man also defied the heavens and forcefully entered the reincarnation cycle to save someone. That woman is also, do you know? The reincarnation laws were seriously injured and unconscious by your family. She's really pitiful. It's because of her coma that countless experts in the universe are able to reincarnate with their memories. In the past, this would have been impossible. One life is one life. If a person's life reaches its end, it's the end. It's impossible for them to reincarnate with their memories. However, as the reincarnation laws went into hibernation, the world was in chaos. This is all your family's doing. Yi Xian was speechless. The door of adversity was furious. It said, It's fine if she defied the reincarnation laws. That woman also defied the laws of life, time, cause and effect, and fate. In order to save you, she defied almost all the laws except the number one law. Moreover, she continues to defy them. If she continues to defy them, the order of the universe will be gone. Once all living beings are free from the restrictions of these laws, many people will be able to live forever and reincarnate with their memories. Do you know how terrifying that is? At this point, she paused and said, Big brother, if you still have a conscience, kill yourself. If you continue to play like this, you won't be able to take it anymore. Yi Xian was speechless. The door of adversity said, That's not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that she's looking for the laws of the universe everywhere. Not only does she want to defy them, but she also wants to kill us. This is 2F** King unreasonable. P.S. To explain again, every update is reviewed, so it might be a few minutes late. Everyone please forgive me. It's really not that I woke up late, it's that I'm late. This time I'm telling the truth. Lastly, I've been working hard to save up my manuscripts. Wait for my next explosion. Chapter 1535. There was no justice in this world. The door of adversity was feeling extremely aggrieved. The universal law could be said to be the justice of the universe. Now this family was defying the heavens. Not only did they want to defy the heavens, but they also wanted to kill them. There was no justice in this world. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Xiao Heir, don't make it sound so aggrieved. Back then, it was you who wanted to kill the young master without asking the reason. That's why that woman was angry. If it wasn't for that woman and master's strength, the young master would have been killed by you. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He naturally wouldn't sympathize with the door of adversity. Just like what Xiao Ta said, if it wasn't for Qing Heir, he would have been dead. At that time, who would sympathize with him? The door of adversity suddenly said, he is the source of all misfortune. As long as he doesn't die, this matter will not end. Xiao Ta angrily scolded. You stupid door! If the young master dies, that sister Tianming will go crazy. Once she goes crazy, forget about you, even master, and that swordsman won't be able to stop her. At that time, everyone will die. The door of adversity coldly looked at Xiao Ta. Since ancient times, no one has ever been truly undefeatable. Xiao Ta angrily jumped up. Idiot! It knew how terrifying that woman was. She was a woman who was even scarier than its master when she went crazy. Under normal circumstances, its master wouldn't act recklessly, but that woman could at any time. Moreover, in that woman's eyes, other than her brother, everyone else was no different from a dead person. Among the three swords, she was the most indifferent to life. Within the tower, the door of adversity slowly closed its eyes. Although it had never come into direct contact with the plain-clothed woman, it knew that she was very strong. If she wasn't strong, the adversity law wouldn't have personally appeared to lure her away. Not only the plain-clothed woman, but the swordsman she met was also very strong. She had never seen such a strong swordsman. However, the Cosmos God Court had no way out. Just like in the secular world, when someone rebelled, did the emperor have a way out? The ministers could surrender, but could the emperor surrender? In space, Yi Xian was silent. From adversity's mouth, he learned many things. He had to admit that he was feeling very complicated at the moment. He suddenly realized that Qing Heir had done a lot for him, but Qing Heir had never told him about it. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. Qing Heir, can you hear me? In a certain unknown starry sky, the entire starry sky was blood red, and in the depths of that starry sky, there was an endless bridge. Upon closer inspection, the entire bridge was made of bones. Below the bridge was a sea of blood, a bridge of bones. Blood as the sea. On the bridge, a woman was walking slowly. It was the plain-dress woman. As if sensing something, the woman in the simple dress suddenly stopped. She tilted her head slightly, and a moment later, the corners of her mouth curled up. This smile caused the starry sky to lose its color. At this moment, the sea of blood under the bridge suddenly trembled. Not long after, the sea of blood began to squirm. Gradually, the blood began to gather on the bridge. After several breaths of time, a bloodied man appeared in front of the plain-dressed woman. Below the bridge, the sea of blood had disappeared. In between the bloodied man's eyebrows, there was a small black word, prisoner. The bloodied man took a deep breath and said greedily, the taste of freedom is so good. The plain-dressed woman looked at the bloodied man and did not speak. Instead, she continued to move forward. The bloodied man looked at the plain-dressed woman and smiled. I've been imprisoned for 1,000,000 years, and that woman said that as long as I kill you, I can regain my true freedom and leave this boundless godly penitentiary. I know that you're very strong and killing you is very difficult. However, no matter how difficult it is, it's not as difficult as defying the heavens, right? The plain-dressed woman stopped and looked at the bloodied man. Defying the heavens, there's still a chance of survival. Defying me? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly drew her sword and slashed. Chi! Before the bloodied man could react, a ray of sword light had already pierced through his eyebrows. At this moment, the plain-dressed woman was already behind him. The plain-dressed woman sheathed her sword and her lips curled into a mocking smile. What is the heavens? Can you take a strike from me? As she spoke, she continued to walk into the distance. On the bridge, the bloodied man stared blankly at the distant starry sky. Imprisoned for 1,000,000 years, died as soon as I came out. I didn't even report my name. As soon as he finished speaking, he dispersed like a wisp of green smoke with the wind. He was directly erased. Nether River Galaxy. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze. Right now, he really wanted to see Qing'er. However, he also knew that his current strength was still too weak. Strength. Yi Xian glanced at the sword in his hand. Right now, his top priority was to reach the level of a common sword. Wan Jun suddenly said, "We're almost there." Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked into the distant starry sky. He was a little curious. Why did the green-dressed man attack in that place? What would be in the box that the little white guy buried there? Yi Xian and Wan Jun began to quicken their pace. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly floated to Yi Xian's shoulder and gently rubbed it against Yi Xian's shoulder. "Young master, let's fuse." Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Ta and smiled. "Why?" Xiao Ta said, "If we fuse, you will be able to unleash my full power. Then, we will be able to break that broken door." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. This guy was going against the door of disaster. Xiao Ta said again, "Fuse? If you are willing to fuse with me, I can give you many treasures left behind by my master." Right. And Arya's blood. The blood left behind after she was beaten can help you improve your physical body. Blood. Yi Xian was instantly tempted. The little girl with the horn on her head was very terrifying. If he used her blood to rebuild his physical body, he would at least be at the consolidation realm, or even the eternal realm. Yi Xian was a little excited. Xiao Ta continued to tempt him. "Young master, as long as you agree, I can give you many treasures." Yi Xian shook his head. "Not now." Xiao Ta was a little confused. "Why?" Yi Xian smiled. "Because I want to reach the mortal sword level." It was not easy for him to not rely on external objects. How could he easily use them again? He knew that if he reached the eternal realm and unsealed 2 of his bloodlines, his combat power would be very terrifying. Forget about everything else. Even Wan Jun would not be a match for him. Under those circumstances, eternal realm would be like ants in front of him. However, he really did not want to rely on external objects. At least before reaching the mortal sword level, he would not use any external objects. Xiao Ta sighed softly. Yi Xian smiled. "It's fine. Once I reach the mortal sword level, we will work together to defeat her." Inside the prison pagoda, the door of disaster sneered. "Defeat me? Is there a need for you to be so shameless?" Yi Xian. At this moment, Wan Jun suddenly said, "We're here." Saying so, she stopped. Yi Xian also stopped. He looked into the distance, and at the end of his vision, in the depths of the starry sky, there was a huge abyss. The sword abyss. This sword abyss was really big, and standing in front of it was like an ant standing in front of a bathtub. They were very far away from the sword abyss, but Yi Xian could feel an extremely powerful sword Dao will. This sword Dao will was extremely violent, and it exuded a vicious aura. Moreover, he was slightly surprised because this sword Dao will seemed slightly familiar to him. At this moment, the door of disaster appeared next to Yi Xian. She looked into the distance and frowned. Yi Xian glanced at the door of disaster. "Why did you come out?" The door of disaster looked coldly at Yi Xian. "Are you not convinced? If you are not convinced, fight me. The kind that doesn't call people." "Yi Xian," Wan Jun suddenly said. "Miss, what do you think of this sword Dao will?" The door of disaster looked coldly at the sword abyss, and did not speak. Wan Jun did not ask any more questions and looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go." Yi Xian nodded. The two continued forward, and before long, Wan Jun's expression gradually became solemn. This sword Dao was too powerful. It was like a mountain was pressing down on her. And the further they went, the stronger the pressure. Wan Jun was very shocked. She was a peak Eternal Realm expert. But at this moment, she was being suppressed by a sword Dao will. And this sword Dao will had existed for many years. Just how strong was the owner of this sword Dao will? As if thinking of something, Wan Jun looked at the door of disaster. And the door of disaster seemed to be affected as well, frowning slightly. Just like that, the three of them walked for about 3,000 feet, and they had reached the edge of the sword abyss. At this moment, Wan Jun's face was already dripping with cold sweat, and her footsteps felt like they were weighed down by 1,000 kilograms, and every step was extremely strenuous. Moreover, The hostility in the sword dowel was becoming more and more terrifying, and if not for her strong will, she would have been corroded by the hostility. The frown on the misfortune gate's brows grew deeper and deeper, but there was a peculiar glint in the depths of her eyes. This wisp of sword chi was very strong. If they used it well, they might be able to kill this guy. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "You seem to be having a hard time." Hearing this, the two women turned to look at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian looked relaxed, as if nothing had happened. Wan Jun was confused. How is this possible?" Yi Xian blinked. "I feel fine." Wan Jun frowned slightly. "Can't you feel that sword Dao will?" Yi Xian said, "Yes." Wan Jun was shocked. "Then why are you still so relaxed?" Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "It's very easy. Why do you look like you're having a hard time?" Just as La Jun was about to speak, Xiao Tao's voice suddenly rang out. "Of course young master feels relaxed. Because this sword will was left behind by the master. How could it dare to be impudent in front of the young master?" "Young master, I just received a message from this sword will. It said it wants to go with you. What do you think?" Yi Xian blinked. "Come with me?" Xiao Ta said. "Yes, it said it wants to go with you. Please accept it, it can help you fight." Wan Jun. At the side, the door of disaster's expression became extremely ugly. As if she couldn't take it anymore, she suddenly swung her hand. "Mother ***, I'm not playing anymore." Boom. In the distance, a part of the starry sky was annihilated. She returned to the prism pagoda. Chapter 1536. Yi Xian ignored the door of disaster and looked into the distance. At that moment, they were about to enter the sword abyss. He could feel the sword Dao will, but unlike Wan Jun, he did not feel any pressure. On the contrary, he felt a sense of familiarity with the sword Dao will. Yi Xian's eyes gradually became blank. A strand of sword Dao will, even after tens of thousands of years, could still exert pressure on a powerhouse like the door of disaster. How terrifying was that? That was just a strand of sword Dao will. Moreover, it was definitely not intentional by the green-robed man. It might have been left behind by accident. What level had the green-robed man reached? What was a swordsman? This was a swordsman. A strand of sword Dao will not be extinguished even after tens of thousands of years. Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand and shook his head with a smile. The path of sword Dao was endless. Becoming mortal was probably just the beginning. At this thought, Yi Xian's eyes were no longer blank. He looked into the sword abyss in the distance again and smiled. "Let's go, Wan Jun." Wan Jun nodded. The two of them continued forward. After 2 steps, Yi Xian found that Wan Jun was getting more and more strained. He hesitated for a moment, and then grabbed Wan Jun's hand. With this pull, Wan Jun felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her body. The oppressive force of the sword Dao will actually disappeared. Wan Jun turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. "I didn't mean to take advantage of her." At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, just use your sword Dao or sword domain to envelop Sister Wan Jun." Yi Xian's face was expressionless. He said in his heart, "Shut up." Xiao Ta jumped up and down. "Young master, I understand now. You wanted to hold Sister Wan Jun's hand on purpose. You're such a pervert." Yi Xian was speechless. Beside him, Wan Jun looked calm because she had heard Xiao Ta's words. Yi Xian smiled. "Xiao Ta is naughty and likes to talk nonsense. Don't mind him." Xiao Ta. "Is it the tower that's mischievous, or the person that's mischievous?" Yi Xian blushed with shame, and was about to let go of Wan Jun's hand. But Wan Jun grabbed his hand instead. Wan Jun faced Yi Xian. "It's just holding hands. It's not like we're sleeping. It's no big deal." Yi Xian was speechless. The two of them no longer bothered about holding hands. Soon they entered the sword abyss. This sword abyss was originally a world, but this world had been completely erased by a single sword strike. Even the laws of the universe couldn't restore it. The sword abyss was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. After entering, the entire abyss made one involuntarily fearful. Yi Xian was fine. He was not afraid of this place at all. After all, the sword will here had already submitted. What was there to be afraid of? The two of them continued forward. As they walked, Huejun's expression became more and more solemn. Because the deeper she went, the stronger the will of the sword Dao grew. Fortunately, the will of the sword Dao didn't target her again. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Not long after, Yi Xian and Huejun suddenly stopped. An old man's corpse was floating not far in front of them. Huejun frowned slightly at the sight of the corpse. Yi Xian asked, "Do you know him?" Huejun said solemnly, "This was an elder of my Tian family. He came here with my father and second uncle." As she spoke, she pulled Yi Xian over to the old man's corpse. After looking at it for a moment, her expression became even more gloomy. He was killed by someone. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. Just as Huejun had said, he was indeed killed by someone. Huejun suddenly walked into the distance. Yi Xian hurriedly followed. Huejun quickened her pace. Yi Xian glanced at Huejun, but didn't say a word. About an hour later, the two of them stopped again. A middle-aged man's corpse was floating hundreds of feet in front of them. From the looks of it, he bore some resemblance to Huejun. However, there was no longer a soul in the middle-aged man's body. His soul had truly been extinguished. Looking at the corpse, Huejun was completely dumbfounded. Gradually, two streams of clear liquid flowed out of her eyes. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. This Miss Huejun was also a person with a bitter life. Her father was killed, she was imprisoned, and her entire family was slaughtered. If it were him, he would definitely slaughter the entire Tian family. At this moment, Huejun put away the middle-aged man's corpse and turned to Yi Xian. "Let's go." Yi Xian nodded. The two of them continued forward. Huejun didn't say a word along the way. Although the sword intent was getting stronger, the two of them weren't affected in the slightest. At this moment, Huejun suddenly said, "I want to go back and become the Tian family's patriarch." Yi Xian looked at Huejun. "I support you." Huejun turned to Yi Xian. "Aren't you going to ask why?" Yi Xian smiled. "Why?" Huejun shook her head. Her expression was complicated. She paused before continuing. "The Tian family is my father's life's work. If he was still alive, he definitely wouldn't let the Tian family become a cold-blooded family. Therefore, I want to go back and become the patriarch. I want to change the Tian family, so that the tragedy of my family will never happen again." Yi Xian nodded. "That's fine. However, Huejun, you need to understand one thing. If you don't have enough strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to truly subdue the Tian family." Huejun nodded slightly. "I understand." Saying this, she turned to Yi Xian. "After leaving this place, what are your plans?" Yi Xian thought about it and said, "I want to go back to the fifth dimension." He had been out for a long time. Sister Nian and the others must be worried. Huejun asked, "Is the fifth dimension very far from here?" Yi Xian nodded. "Very far." If it wasn't for the door of disaster tearing through the star field, he wouldn't have been able to come to the Nether River star field. Huejun suddenly said, "You need to be careful of the door of disaster." Yi Xian nodded. "I know. The door of disaster." Swordsman couldn't follow him forever. He still had to face the cause of disaster. Mortal Sword. Now he urgently wanted to reach Mortal Sword. Only by reaching Mortal Sword could he barely contend with the Adept of Disaster. The reason why this woman was so low-key was because of Swordsman. Once Swordsman left, the door would definitely flip out. The two continued to move forward. At this moment, they were already deep into the sword abyss. Yi Xian could feel the sword Dao's will. He was looking forward to that little white guy's box. That little guy was weird. It must have contained some good treasure. About an hour later, Yi Xian and Huejun arrived at the deepest part of the sword abyss. When they reached the deepest part of the sword abyss, they were stunned. This was because they saw an old man in the deepest part of the sword abyss. There was a living person here? The old man wore a loose black robe. His hands were hidden in his sleeves, and his aura was as deep as the sea. At this moment, the old man was also looking at Yi Xian and Huejun. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect someone to be able to reach this place. Huejun suddenly said, "Li Jueqing." The old man looked at Huejun, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Little girl, you know me?" Huejun looked at the old man with a solemn expression. You really are Li Jueqing. The old man nodded. Little girl you are? Yi Xian also looked at Huajun. Huajun said solemnly. He's the former sect leader of Glory Sect. He's currently recognized as the strongest person in Styx sector. If it weren't for fear of him, the Tian family would have destroyed Glory Sect back then. The strongest person. Yi Xian looked at Li Jueqing. No wonder this guy could carry the sword Dao's will all the way here. He's not simple. At this moment, Li Jueqing suddenly said, You're that little girl from the Tian family. Huajun nodded. Li Jueqing smiled. Not bad. As he said that, he looked at Yi Xian. This little friend is? Yi Xian cupped his fists. Yi Xian. I'm from the five-dimensional universe. Li Jueqing's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The five-dimensional universe? As far as I know, it's very far from here. How did you get here? Yi Xian said. I came from the same gate. The gate of disaster was speechless. Li Jueqing sized up Yi Xian. A trace of shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. Adversity constitution. Young man, you're not simple. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, what are you doing here? Li Jueqing smiled. Rumor has it that a peerless swordsman once appeared here. Therefore, I wanted to pay my respects to that senior. Yi Xian asked. What does senior think of that swordsman? Li Jueqing looked around and said softly, A wisp of sword Dao can stop me. I'm far from that. As he said that, he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Little friend, with your strength, you shouldn't be able to reach here. Why did you? Yi Xian blinked. Is this sword Dao very strong? Li Jueqing was stunned. Then he asked, Not strong. Yi Xian said seriously. It's just so. Li Jueqing was speechless. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Senior, we're going. Goodbye. As he said that, he took Huajun and walked into the distance. Li Jueqing quickly said, Little friend, wait. Yi Xian looked at Li Jueqing. Li Jueqing said in a deep voice, Little friend, the area ahead not only has a strong sword Dao will, but also some remnant sword qi. These sword qi are extremely strong. If you're not careful, your soul will be destroyed. Little friend, you must not underestimate it. Remnant sword qi. Yi Xian looked in front of him. As expected, there was sword qi in the area ahead. Moreover, there was a lot of it. These sword qi were remnant sword qi. This sword qi was much stronger than Tingyun's sword qi back then. Yi Xian glanced at Li Jueqing. Senior, the reason why you stayed here is because of these sword qi? Li Jueqing nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. It's just sword qi. It's not enough. As he said that, he took Huajun and walked into the distance. When he walked to the sword qi area, he suddenly shouted, How dare you act rashly in front of me as swordsman? Back off. As soon as he said that, the sword qi in front of him retreated to both sides in an orderly manner. Not only that, but the sword Dao will also retreated like the tide. Seeing this scene, Li Jueqing, who was in the distance, was dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked. Which big shot is pretending to be weak? Inside the prison pagoda, Xiao Ta said awkwardly, Little Lord's pretentious act. Even I feel awkward. On the 9th floor, the door of disaster turned to face the tower wall, and slammed its head against it. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Let me die. P.S. The physical books have arrived, including Invincible Sword Realm, and The Only Sword. I'm going to hold a small event soon. Everyone can follow my WeChat account, on the Green Phoenix Peak. He directly searched the official WeChat account, Qingwan Peak. All he had to do was click on the follow button. Chapter 1537. Needless to say, Li Jueqing was extremely shocked right now. The area that Yi Xian had stepped foot into was an area that he didn't dare step foot into in the past. Because the sword Dao intent and remnant sword qi in that area were truly too formidable. However, this young man before him was actually able to make the sword qi and sword Dao intent retreat. This wasn't a matter of strength anymore, because he was able to sense that the young man before him wasn't particularly strong. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the young man to arrive here. However, the young man hadn't just arrived here. He'd even made the remnant sword qi and Sword Dao intent retreat with a single shout. There was only one explanation, and it was that the young man was actually a big shot. An extraordinary big shot. There was nothing wrong with such an analysis. Yi Xian suddenly stopped not too far away. And then he turned around to look at Li Jueqing. Senior, do you want to go ahead and have a look? Li Jueqing hesitated for a moment before he said, I'm not worthy of being called a senior. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Li. We'll talk as equals. Wan Jun had a slightly strange expression on her face. Li Jueqing wasn't an ordinary person. He was the #1 extraordinary expert of the current era. And it could be said that even her father couldn't compare to him. Yet at this moment, such an extraordinary expert actually wanted to talk to Yi Xian as equals. It wasn't that Yi Xian wasn't worthy, it was mainly because it was slightly strange. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he smiled. Then I won't be unreasonable. Big Brother Li, are you interested in going in with us? Li Jueqing smiled. Of course I'm interested in your invitation. Yi Xian smiled. Then let's go. As he spoke, he pulled Wan Jun along as he walked towards the distance. Li Jueqing followed them as well. Because of Yi Xian, the remnant sword qi and sword Dao intent didn't target Li Jueqing. Li Jueqing was even more shocked when he witnessed this scene. He really is a big shot. Yi Xian's group of 3 walked towards the depths of the sword abyss. All along the way, the remnant sword qi and sword intent retreated wherever Yi Xian passed. However, they didn't retreat far. They just waited at the side, as if they were waiting for something. Not long after Yi Xian, who was in the lead, stopped. Not far away from the 3 of them, there was a man sitting cross-legged. The man's hair was disheveled, and his face could not be seen. A will floated above the man's head. Sword Dao will. Yi Xian and the other 2 looked at each other with a trace of shock in their eyes. This man was actually alive. At this moment, the man slowly raised his head and looked at Yi Xian and the others in the distance. When he saw Yi Xian, his pupils dilated. You, it's you, Yi Xian blinked. What do you mean by me? The man said in a trembling voice. Bloodline, your bloodline. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Did this guy think he was the man in the green robe? Are you imprisoned here? Wan Jun suddenly asked. The man nodded. He glanced at Yi Xian and said, You're not him. But you share the same bloodline. Yi Xian glanced at the man. Why aren't you imprisoned here? The man fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. Fine. It has nothing to do with me anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up. There was a box not too far away from the man. A box. Yi Xian walked over to the box. There were 2 candied haws on the box. Needless to say, it must have been left behind by that white kid. Yi Xian picked up the box. He opened it and glanced at it, but he quickly closed it again. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Yi Xian put the box away. And then he looked at Wan Jun. Let's go. Wan Jun glanced at Yi Xian, but she didn't ask anything. Yi Xian immediately put the box away. Obviously, he didn't want others to know what was inside it. Right at this moment, the man at the side suddenly said, Sir, please wait. Yi Xian turned to look at the man. The man hesitated for a moment before he said, Sir, can you let me go? Yi Xian shook his head. No. The man looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, The green-clothed man imprisoned you here. Needless to say, you must have done something to infuriate him. The man said angrily, I was dragged into this. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Dragged into this? The man suddenly became slightly agitated. Big brother, think about it. He's so strong that he could kill me with a single glance. Is it really necessary for him to imprison me here? Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Then why are you imprisoned here? The man sighed softly. I was just unlucky. There was a huge commotion here all those years ago, and I rushed here out of curiosity. As soon as I arrived, this place was transformed into an abyss before I could even figure out what was going on. Moreover, my body was blasted into pieces by a strand of remnant sword intent. As he spoke, he suddenly slapped himself. I was stupid. What the hell was I doing here? The expressions of Yi Xian and the others became slightly strange. The man smiled bitterly. I'm just too unlucky. I really just came here to watch. I didn't do anything. I really didn't do anything. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Since the green-clothed man didn't target you, then why didn't you leave? The man's smile became even more bitter. Big brother, look around me. There's remnant sword and tent, and sword chi everywhere. I don't dare to move. I really don't dare to move. If I move, the remnant sword chi will kill me. Do you know how I've lived for the past tens of thousands of years? I've been pretending to be dead every single day for the past tens of thousands of years. Only by pretending to be dead can the sword chi not target me. It's too fucking hard. At this point, the man's voice was already sobbing. Yi Xian. Beside him, Pejuan shook his head. You too. Why did you come here to watch the show? The man shook his head repeatedly. Who knew that Swordsman would be so terrifying? If I'd known he was so terrifying, I wouldn't have come even if you beat me to death. Pejuan. Yi Xian suddenly asked. You can't beat the sword chi? The man looked at Yi Xian. He hesitated for a moment before saying, I can't beat it. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. It's just some remnant sword chi. You can't even beat it? The man's expression became slightly unnatural. Do you think these sword chi are very weak? Yi Xian opened his palm. Some sword chi floated directly in front of him. He directly grabbed the sword chi. The sword chi didn't resist at all. Seeing this scene, the man became dumbfounded. This, Yi Xian said. I think these sword chi are quite tame. The man hesitated for a moment. He opened his palm, but just as he moved, a wisp of sword chi directly pierced through his arm. Swoosh. The man's arm was cut off. The man was shocked. He immediately did not dare to move. He looked at Yi Xian in a daze. Where did I go wrong? Yi Xian was about to speak. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Where did I go wrong? You idiot. This sword chi is on his side. Can't you tell? How dare you ask where I went wrong? If there's a mistake, then there's something wrong with your brain. The voice of the door of woe disaster. Hearing this, the man immediately flew into a rage. Who is it? At this moment, the door of woe disaster appeared next to Yi Xian. She looked coldly at the man. You're not convinced? When the man saw the door of woe disaster, he was stunned at first. Then he hurriedly shook his head. No, I'm convinced. She confirmed with her eyes that it was someone she could not beat. The door of woe disaster glanced coldly at the man. And then she turned around and vanished. Li Jueqing's expression had unknowingly become solemn. The door of woe disaster. As soon as this woman appeared, she gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Li Jueqing glanced at Yi Xian. His background really isn't simple. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly gestured with his right hand. The remaining sword chi in the surroundings suddenly surged towards him like a tide. Moreover, the will of the sword Dao entered his body as well. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the remaining sword chi swiftly converged at the center of his palm. A sword of energy gradually appeared there. It was a sword condensed from the man's sword chi. Li Jueqing's expression became solemn once more when he saw the sword of energy. And there was even a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Yi Xian gazed at the sword of energy in his hand. Needless to say, the sword of energy was very strong. However, it could only be used once, because the remaining sword chi had been separated from its owner for too long. If he used it, the sword chi would exhaust the last of its energy. However, if he didn't use it, the sword chi could continue existing for over 100,000 years, without any external interference. Simply speaking, he was unable to regenerate the sword chi, because he wasn't the man in green. After Yi Xian put away the sword chi and sword Dao's will, the man instantly regained his freedom. He stood up and took a deep breath greedily. As if he'd thought of something, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian and cupped his fists. Thank you, brother. I'm Shiman. May I know your name? Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian. Shiman smiled. I can't thank you with words. Brother Yi, if you need anything in the future, just send someone to the dark world to notify me. No matter how far it is, I'll definitely rush over. At this moment, Li Jueqing suddenly asked, You're from the dark world? Shiman looked at Li Jueqing and nodded. Yes. Li Jueqing glanced at Shiman and didn't say anything else. Shiman looked at Yi Xian and cupped his fists. Brother Yi, I've just gotten out of trouble. I miss my family, so I have to go back. Please come to the dark world in the future. Yi Xian smiled. If there's a chance, I'll definitely come. Shimin nodded. Brother Yi, farewell. After saying that, he turned and disappeared into the end of the starry sky. Yi Xian suddenly sighed in a low voice after the west gate had disappeared. Wanjun looked at Yi Xian. What are you sighing about? Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not used to it. Wanjun was puzzled. What are you not used to? Yi Xian sighed softly. After my big brother suppressed the cause of calamity, I've only made good karma up until now. Most importantly, the experts I've met are getting smarter. They don't do anything stupid to me anymore. To be honest, I'm not used to it. As he said that, he patted his abdomen. Little misfortune, give me some cause of calamity. In the prison pagoda, the door of calamity suddenly roared. Bitch, do you dare to let your big brother go? Do you dare? Aha. FPZW. Chapter 1538. In the 9th floor. The adversity karma was so angry that she was about to go crazy. She really wanted to go out and beat this pretentious prick up. But there was no other way, because that swordsman had always been there. If she attacked, that swordsman might just stab her with his sword. She couldn't fight him, so could she just watch him act like a prick? She wanted to go out and perish together with Yi Xian. She couldn't take it anymore. In the sword abyss, Yi Xian said, Little adversity. Don't be so agitated. I'm just feeling a little emotional. But honestly, without your interference, I don't think my life is that bad. In the prison pagoda, the adversity gate took a deep breath. She tried her best to calm herself down. She couldn't be angry. She couldn't be angered to death by this guy. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. Seeing that the adversity gate didn't say anything, Yi Xian was about to ask again. But the adversity gate suddenly said, Do you really think that we would interfere with you for no reason? Do you know what karma is? Without karma, how can there be karma? The reason why you're plagued by misfortune is because of your own sins, your father, and your sister. Especially your sister. She forcefully went against the heavens to save you. That's one of the karma. Yi Xian said with a smile. According to what you're saying, I should die? The adversity gate said coldly. Why can't you die? Yi Xian asked back. Why should our fates be decided by you? The adversity gate said. If there's no order in this universe, do you know what will happen? Yi Xian said with a smile. Don't you care about fairness in your order? The adversity gate asked back. Why do you think that we're unfair to you? Yi Xian smiled and said. You told me that someone disrupted the law of reincarnation and reincarnated into my previous life, which was Qing Er's brother's life. Let me ask you, was I Qing Er's brother, or that mysterious person in my previous life? The adversity gate was silent. Yi Xian continued. If I'm not mistaken, before that person awakened, I should have been Qing Er's brother, right? Since I'm not that mysterious person, why should I die? Is this fair to me? The gate of disaster said in a deep voice. If you die in that life, you will bring that mysterious person with you. If that person dies, the world will regain its order. Yi Xian smiled and said, According to what you said, the one who really broke the order is that mysterious person, right? The door of disaster did not speak again, because as Yi Xian had said, the first person to defy the laws of the universe was that mysterious man. The woman in the plain dress didn't dare to forcefully sever her karma until now because of that mysterious person. She was afraid that it would bring bad consequences to Yi Xian. Yi Xian continued. To put it simply, the mysterious man was the one who broke the order. But in order to get rid of future troubles, you decided to kill me, right? The gate of woeful disaster said. Don't lead me astray. I've said it before. Other than that mysterious person, there's another reason why you're plagued by misfortune. It's because of your father and your sister, especially your sister. In order to save you, she forcefully defied the laws of the universe and disregarded the order of the laws of the universe. This is also one of the main reasons why you're plagued by misfortune. Yi Xian was confused. Qing defied the laws of the universe. Why don't you look for Qing The gate of woeful disaster said angrily. She's already free from all karma. How are we supposed to look for her? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. So you came to look for me? The Gate of Woeful Disaster asked. Is there a problem? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, No problem. What Qing did is what I did. It's only right that you come to look for me. There's nothing wrong with that. The Gate of Woeful Disaster said coldly. I've known you for so long, but this is the first time you've said something sensible. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Wan Jun suddenly said, Are we leaving? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and nodded. Let's go. After saying that, he looked at Li Jueqing. Brotherly, what about you? Li Jueqing smiled. Of course I'm leaving too. Yi Xian smiled. Then let's go. The three of them left the sword abyss. Yi Xian turned to look at the sword abyss. He was still a little curious. Why did the green-robed man use that sword? However, this was no longer important, because that was already history. Wan Jun suddenly said, I'm going back to the Tian family. As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian. What about you? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, I'm going back to the great desolate mountain range. I promised Swordsman that I would leave from there. This is my promise with him. Wan Jun hesitated for a moment, then said, After that, will you return to the fifth dimension? Yi Xian nodded. That's the plan for the time being. After a moment of silence, Wan Jun said, Some people disappear while walking. Am I that kind of person in your life? Yi Xian looked at Wan Jun and was stunned. Wan Jun smiled. That's a bit pretentious. No matter what, getting to know you is the most meaningful thing in my life. If you don't come looking for me, I will come looking for you. We'll meet again someday. After saying that, she directly turned around and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Yi Xian looked at the horizon in silence. Xiao Tao's voice suddenly sounded. Young master, Sister Wan Jun seems to like you. Yi Xian chuckled. She might be grateful to me. Xiao Tao said, No. Based on my many years of experience, Sister Wan Jun likes you. Yi Xian blinked. Your many years of experience. Are you very experienced? Xiao Tao said, Of course, Master was very affectionate in the past. Compared to Master, young Master is too naive. Master is a real stallion. Yi Xian. Xiao Tao said again. Young Master. Master often said that it's okay to be affectionate, but not promiscuous. So if you really like her, then go chase her. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it too embarrassing if a man doesn't have dozens of women? If I were a human, I would find hundreds of women. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Xiao Tao still wanted to say something, but the door of disaster suddenly rushed out of the 9th floor. Then a series of explosions came from the entire prism pagoda. They were fighting again. More accurately, Xiao Tao was being beaten. Before merging with a human, Xiao Tao's ability was limited. At this time, Li Jiqing suddenly said, Young friend, if you have time in the future, please come to my glory sect as a guest. Yi Xian looked at Li Jiqing and smiled. Old brother Li, I will definitely come and disturb you. Li Jiqing smiled. Today, meeting young friend made the old man understand one thing, and that is that there is always someone better. The path of martial arts has no end. Young friend, when you reach the common sword realm, please come to the glory sect, and we will exchange pointers. Yi Xian blinked. Can I do it now? Li Jiqing laughed. Young friend, your current strength is still not enough. Young friend, I will wait for you at the glory sect. With that, he disappeared into the sky. Yi Xian looked at Li Jiqing in the sky and smiled. He knew that Li Jiqing was not lying. Li Jiqing was much stronger than Wan Jun. Back in Sword Abyss, if not for him, Wan Jun would not have been able to enter Sword Abyss. Old brother Li had entered the deepest part of Sword Abyss. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned around and left. To the great desolate mountain range. To the great desolate mountain range again. Not long after Yi Xian left, the white-armored woman appeared. The white-armored woman looked at Yi Xian leaving in the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the great desolate mountain range's burial mountain range. He looked at the empty space in front of him. That was the place where Wan Jun was imprisoned. After a moment, Yi Xian smiled and continued forward. After crossing Burial Mountain, Yi Xian came to a mountain range. As soon as he entered the mountain range, two middle-aged men appeared in front of him. They were Demon Monarch Guyu and Demon Monarch Mang. Demon Monarch Guyu looked at Yi Xian. Didn't you leave with that woman? They also knew what happened in Burial Mountain. However, it was the Tian family's matter, so they did not dare to chase after them. They did not dare to get involved in the Tian family's vortex. Yi Xian smiled. I'm back. Demon Monarch Guyu frowned. Why are you back? Yi Xian blinked. I have an agreement with my brother. I will rely on my own strength to walk out of this mountain range. Demon Monarch Guyu stared at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. Demon Monarch Guyu said in a deep voice. Human, we know you have a powerful force behind you. We do not wish to provoke you. If you want to walk out of this mountain range, you can just fly over. If you fly over, we can pretend we didn't see you. Yi Xian shook his head. I want to walk over. Demon Monarch Guyu's expression was gloomy. If people outside know that Dao Yi, a human, walked out of this place, we will lose face. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Demon Monarch Mang suddenly said, Human, if you want to walk out of this place you can, but you have to beat me first. Yi Xian looked at Demon Monarch Mang. Let's fight. Demon Monarch Mang looked at Yi Xian and said coldly, We can fight, but let's make it clear first. You are not allowed to call for help. Only the two of us will fight. Whoever calls for help is a dog. Yi Xian nodded. Sure. Demon Monarch Mang snorted coldly. Bring it on. With that said, he suddenly leaped up and punched at Yi Xian. This punch caused the space in front of Yi Xian to distort into a strange vortex. Below, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed out with his sword. Sword of life and death. This sword strike was simple, and it was this simple strike that instantly shattered Demon Monarch Mang's strength. At the same time, his entire body was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. When he stopped, his body cracked and blood splattered. He was severely injured with a single strike. Demon Monarch Mang and Demon Monarch Guyu were dumbfounded. Demon Monarch Mang looked up at Yi Xian and gulped. How? How is this possible? Did you take some medicine? Yi Xian sighed softly. Don't you understand? You are still within the rules, but I have already jumped out of the rules. With that said, he looked up into the sky with a deep sense of helplessness in his eyes. Invincibility is lonely. Demon Monarch Mang. Demon Monarch Guyu. Inside the prison pagoda, the door of calamity sat in a corner and covered its ears with both hands. F***CK, this fellow is here again. He's here again. Ah, I can't take it anymore. P.S. Zongheng is the first website of One Sword Supreme. If everyone wants to see One Sword Supreme's updates immediately, you can come to Zongheng or download the app. Just search for Zongheng and download it. Zongheng will not have any missing chapters or garbled words. Tomorrow, there will be a book giveaway event on the official account and Zongheng's comment section. Free giveaways. Please pay attention to the official account and Zongheng's comment section tomorrow, especially the active readers of Zongheng's comment section, because some of you are already in my heart. Chapter 1539. Inside the prison pagoda, Xiao Ta hid in a corner. Not to mention the door of calamity, even he felt embarrassed. Forcefully posturing was the most fatal. In the mountain range, Demon Monarch Guyu and Demon Monarch Mount Mang were completely dumbfounded. It was especially so for Demon Monarch Mount Mang. Although he wasn't able to kill Yi Xian not long ago, he wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting Yi Xian. Furthermore, with his powerful body, he had a certain advantage. But now, he was actually forced back by a single strike, and his body was directly torn apart. Did this guy take any medicine when he disappeared? Guyu was also extremely shocked. Before this, he was confident that he could suppress Yi Xian. But now, he realized that even he could not withstand Yi Xian's strike, much less Demon Monarch Mount Mang. How did this guy suddenly become so terrifying? The two demon monarchs were dumbfounded. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Demon Monarch Guyu. Make your move. I'll give you 3 punches. Demon Monarch Guyu. Demon Monarch Mount Mang said in a deep voice. Human, how did you suddenly become so strong? Yi Xian smiled. Have you ever seen a monster? If you haven't. With that said, he pointed to himself. Have you seen one now? Demon Monarch Guyu. Demon Monarch Mount Mang stared at Yi Xian, his face as red as a pig's liver. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and walked into the distance. When he walked to Demon Monarch Mount Mang, he suddenly stopped inside. Being invincible is really lonely. Mount Mang, can you understand the loneliness of being invincible? Mang Shan felt his chest tighten as he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood in his body nearly reversed. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left. Demon Monarch Mount Mang was about to rush towards Yi Xian. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything. Kill this posturing human. However, he was stopped by Demon Monarch Guyu. Demon King Guyu shook his head. That sword of his has already entered the mortal realm. Our bodies cannot withstand it. Mount Mang glared angrily at Yi Xian's back. Did you see him? It's so demonic. Demon Monarch Guyu looked up at Yi Xian's back and said softly, think about it calmly. This person's strength has undergone an earth-shattering change in such a short period of time. This is terrifying. Upon hearing that, Demon Monarch Mount Mang slowly calmed down. In just a few days, Yi Xian had undergone earth-shattering changes. How terrifying was this? Guyu Demon Monarch continued. And that swordsman has always been in our great desolate mountain range. And we can be sure that he killed Hellion Demon King. As he spoke, he shook his head. To put it simply, this human is not someone we can provoke. Since he was only here to gain experience, then let him gain experience. Anyway, we didn't lose anything. After a moment of silence, Mount Mang said, that purple aura. Guyu Demon Monarch shook his head. That purple aura is not something we can imagine. At this moment, Yi Xian walked back from afar. Seeing this scene, Mount Mang and Guyu Demon Monarch's expressions changed, especially Mount Mang. Although he wanted to kill this pretentious bastard, he had calmed down. Although he disliked this human, he had to admit that he really could not beat this human. Now that he saw Yi Xian return, he panicked a little. Guyu Demon Monarch's eyes were filled with wariness. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm. In his palm, there were two dark purple clouds of purple aura. He looked at Guyu Demon Monarch and Mount Mang. You like this? Guyu Demon Monarch glanced at Yi Xian with wariness. What do you mean? Yi Xian smiled. Nothing much. Since you like it, I'll give you some. As he spoke, he pointed with his fingers, and the two clouds of purple aura floated in front of Guyu Demon Monarch and Mount Mang. The two demon monarchs looked at each other in confusion. What was this human doing? Guyu Demon Monarch looked at Yi Xian. Human, why are you giving us purple aura? Yi Xian laughed. I've disturbed you during my training. Take this purple aura as my apology. Hearing this, Guyu Demon Monarch and Mount Mang looked at each other. At this moment, they suddenly found this human pleasing to the eye. Demon Monarch Guyu and Demon Monarch Mount Mang quietly kept the purple gas. Demon Monarch Guyu cupped his fists and said with a smile, it's not a bother. It's an honor for young Master Yi to come to our great desolate mountain range for training. Mount Mang quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Guyu Demon Monarch said, young Master Yi, you said you wanted to leave the great desolate mountain range? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Guyu Demon Monarch quickly said, isn't it simple? Young Master Yi, we'll send you out. Yi Xian. Mount Mang quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Yi Xian shook his head. I promised my brother that I would rely on my own strength to leave. Guyu Demon Monarch smiled. I understand. But young Master Yi, with your current strength, there aren't many demon beasts in the great desolate mountain range that can be your match. How about this? We'll escort you and let you find the stronger demon beast. This way, you won't have to waste time. What do you think? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, that's fine. Guyu Demon Monarch quickly said, young Master Yi, I'll lead the way. Saying that, he quickly walked in front of Yi Xian. As if he thought of something, he said, how can we let young Master Yi walk? Mount Mang suddenly whistled, and the next moment, a huge wolf suddenly leaped out from the distant forest. The huge wolf directly came in front of Yi Xian and slowly knelt down. Mount Mang made an inviting gesture. Young Master Yi, please sit. Yi Xian glanced at the huge wolf and smiled. It's fate that we met. I'll give you some good fortune. As he spoke, he placed his right hand on the wolf's body. In the next moment, strands of violet energy surged out from the center of his palm. When the violet energy entered the wolf's body, it instantly felt as if it had been injected with stimulants, and its entire body started trembling violently. Seeing this scene, Mount Mang and Guyu Demon Monarch looked at each other with a trace of shock in their eyes. This was because they discovered that the huge wolf's bloodline was transforming. This was too terrifying. Yi Xian looked at the two demon monarchs. It seems to be breaking through. Why don't we walk? Just as Guyu Demon Monarch was about to speak, Mount Mang suddenly said, How can we do that? Absolutely not. Young Master Yi, if you don't mind, ride me. I can do it. With that said, he returned to his true form. Mount Mang's true form was that of a wolf, but he was different from the huge wolf. His entire body was purplish black, and his body was covered in pitch black scales. In terms of aura, he was hundreds of miles ahead of the huge wolf. Wolf Monarch. The true Mount Mang's Wolf Monarch. Seeing this scene, Guyu Demon Monarch was somewhat dumbfounded. Mount Mang's actions had exceeded his expectations. Yi Xian was also slightly taken aback. He did not expect Mount Mang to be willing to ride him. This was a demon monarch. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, Mount Mang, this isn't too good, right? Mount Mang hurriedly shook his head. There's nothing bad about it. Young Master Yi, hurry up and get on. We'll bring you to the first-ranked Sky Demon Monarch. Yi Xian did not refuse. He directly sat on Mount Mang's back and asked, Mount Mang, is this Sky Demon Monarch the strongest demon monarch in the Great Desolate Mountain Range? Mount Mang said, He's the strongest among the demon monarchs, but he's not the strongest in the Great Desolate Mountain Range. The strongest in the Great Desolate Mountain Range is that fierce beast. Yi Xian was somewhat curious. Fierce beast. Mount Mang nodded. That fierce beast isn't a demon beast native to our Great Desolate Mountain Range. It's an outsider. It now lives in the deepest part of the Great Desolate Mountain Range, the Heaven-Earth Mountain Range. It rarely appears, so we don't dare provoke it. Yi Xian asked, Is it very strong? Mount Mang said in a deep voice, Very, very strong. Very strong. Yi Xian looked up into the mountain range's depths, his thoughts unknown. Mount Mang sprinted through the mountain range. His speed could be said to be as fast as lightning, extremely fast. At that moment, Mount Mang entered a mountain range. Just as he entered the mountain range, powerful demon beasts swept over with their spiritual consciousnesses. Mount Mang's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. Young Master Yi is training. Unrelated demon beasts leave immediately. His voice was like thunder, shaking the mountains. Yi Xian. With Demon Monarch Mang Mountain's furious roar, the surrounding weaker demon beasts immediately retreated. This was Mount Mang. How could ordinary demon beasts dare to defy them? Furthermore, Mount Mang had Demon Monarch Guyu with him. Two demon monarchs were escorting him. Mount Mang transformed into a black beam of light and disappeared into the distance with Yi Xian. Demon Monarch Guyu followed closely behind. On the 9th floor of the Prism Pagoda, the Door of Calamity sat on the ground with a mocking smile. Is he here to train? He's here to posture, right? In the mountain range, Mount Mang and Demon Monarch Guyu led Yi Xian as they sprinted. Beasts retreated wherever they went. About an hour later, Demon Monarch Mount Mang suddenly stopped. Not far in front of them was a mountain range that stretched on endlessly. Mount Mang said in a deep voice, Young Master Yi, this is the Sky Demon Mountain Range where the Sky Demon Monarch lives. Sky Demon Monarch? Yi Xian looked up at the mountain range. He could sense an extremely powerful aura in the Sky Demon Mountain Range. Sky Demon Monarch? Yi Xian smiled faintly. He dismounted and walked towards the Sky Demon Mountain Range. At that moment, Demon Monarch Guyu suddenly said, Young Master Yi, be careful. Yi Xian nodded. At that moment, an invisible pressure suddenly came crushing down from the Sky Demon Mountain Range. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks as the pressure grew stronger. At the same time, a voice sounded from the Sky Demon Mountain Range. Human? Yi Xian nodded. The voice said again, Why are you here? Yi Xian looked up at the Sky Demon mountain range. I'm begging for death. Demon Monarch Guyu. Mount Mang. Chapter 1540. Begging for Death. By the side, Demon Monarch Guyu and Demon Monarch Mount Mang were somewhat embarrassed. This young Master Yi was good at everything, except that he liked to posture. As Yi Xian's voice faded, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 30s. He was tall and wore a beast-hide robe. He stood there like a mountain and emitted an invisible pressure. Sky Demon Monarch, the leader of the 10 demon monarchs of the Great Desolate Mountain Range. Sky Demon Monarch looked at Yi Xian. Are you here to seek death? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Sky Demon Monarch sized up Yi Xian. Adversity Constitution. Furthermore, there are 2 bloodline powers suppressed in your body. Yi Xian was somewhat surprised. As expected of the leader of the demon monarchs, he was not simple. Sky Demon Monarch suddenly looked at Guyu and Mount Mang. What makes me even more curious is that the 2 of them are actually with a human like you, Mount Mang said. In the Nether River Star Field, humans and demons are one family. Guyu. Yi Xian. Sky Demon Monarch looked at Mount Mang and gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome. Mount Mang fell silent. He knew that Sky Demon Monarch looked down on him, but he didn't care. If flattery could give him that much purple aura, he was willing to become a flatterer. Purple aura. The purple aura was enough to change his and Demon Monarch Guyu's fate. This was because the purple aura could allow them to break through their bloodline shackles, allowing them to surpass their ancestors and reach new heights. Such an opportunity was hard to come by in 100,000 years. Furthermore, was flattery shameful? From his point of view, it was not embarrassing. Some demons didn't even have the chance to flatter young Master Yi. At that moment, Sky Demon Monarch looked at Yi Xian. Are you here to challenge me? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Sky Demon Monarch nodded. Then I'll do it. With that said, he suddenly punched out. It was pure physical strength. With a single punch, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. In the face of this terrifying punch, Yi Xian showed no sign of fear. He took a step forward and thrust his sword forward. Sword of life and death. He thrust his sword forward. Boom. The power of Celestial Monster King's punch was shattered. At this moment, Celestial Monster King punched again. Rumble. In front of a human demon, a wave of sword light exploded. Then, Yi Xian retreated 1,000 feet, and the Heavenly Demon King also retreated 1,000 feet. After the Celestial Demon King stopped, he looked at his right hand. There was a deep sword mark on his right fist. Seeing this scene, he frowned. He had a corporeal body at the peak of the Eternal Realm. In the entire Great Desolate Mountain Range, his physique was second only to that beast. But now, his body's defenses had been broken by a human in the Dao Attainment Realm. Celestial Demon King looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Your strike is impressive. Yi Xian smiled and said, that punch of yours is not bad either. Again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Chi. A strand of sword light tore through the air. In the distance, the Celestial Demon King narrowed his eyes. He suddenly spread his legs apart, and then he half squatted and crossed his arms in front of him. Immovable mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. Then, a mysterious force gathered from the ground like a tide around his body. At this moment, he seemed to be one with the ground. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword slashed down on the Celestial Demon King's arms. Boom! The Celestial Demon King didn't move at all like a rock, but the ground sank and the mountains shook. The Celestial Demon King suddenly roared furiously. Army Breaker! As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot on the ground and used the power of the earth to punch with his right hand. The momentum of this punch broke the sky and destroyed the sky. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he saw this punch, and he blocked it with his sword. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying backward by the punch. He was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. After he stopped, a wisp of blood slowly flowed out of Yi Xian's mouth. What was even more exaggerated was that the space behind him turned pitch black. Although his sword had withstood the punch, the space behind him hadn't. Seeing this scene, Demon Monarch Guyu and Demon Monarch Mang's expressions turned serious. In fact, they didn't know how strong the Celestial Demon King was because they hadn't fought the Celestial Demon King before. However, they knew how strong the second-ranked Demon Monarch Hellion was, and Demon Monarch Hellion had defeated the Celestial Demon King in the past. Now that they saw the Celestial Demon King attack, they realized that the Celestial Demon King's strength was more terrifying than they imagined. In the distance, the Celestial Demon King suddenly said, "Power, come!" As soon as he finished speaking, he walked toward Yi Xian. One step was a power. At this moment, the Celestial Demon King used the power of the earth, and the entire earth became one with him. He was the earth. Power of the earth. The power of the earth. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He held the sword in his right hand and pointed it at the ground. This power of the earth was so familiar. As long as he used the power of the earth, he could instantly dissolve this power of the earth. However, he didn't do that. At this moment, the Celestial Demon King took another step forward. Again. Boom. The mountains and rivers in the entire Great Desolate Mountain Range suddenly trembled. Then the power in front of Yi Xian skyrocketed. Power of mountains and rivers. Rumble. The area where Yi Xian was directly distorted. And in that area, Yi Xian felt as if tens of thousands of mountains were pressing down on him. He couldn't breathe. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with savagery. He didn't retreat and instead moved forward. His sword domain was activated. Boom. The moment the sword domain appeared, the suffocating feeling was relieved. However, his face instantly turned pale. That power was too strong. Even with the sword domain, it was difficult to block it. At this moment, the Celestial Demon King took another step forward. He clenched his fists and roared, "Power of heaven and earth!" Boom! At this moment, the entire world shook violently. Mysterious powers suddenly appeared. These powers were like a flood that gathered towards the area where Yi Xian was in the distance. Power of heaven and earth. Rumble! Yi Xian retreated hundreds of thousands of feet. The moment he stopped, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood essence. The unparalleled sword in his hand was already covered in cracks. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the distant Demon Monarch Guyu and Demon Monarch Mang instantly turned serious. The Celestial Demon King's strength was too terrifying. Could young Master Yi block it? The powers didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, they surged towards the Celestial Demon King like a tidal wave. The Celestial Demon King slowly closed his eyes. He clenched his right fist, and the power surged into his right hand. The Celestial Demon King looked at the distant Yi Xian with a savage expression. "Didn't you want to die? Come, I'll help you." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. Unstoppable, he punched. A fist mark headed straight for Yi Xian. With the appearance of this fist mark, countless mountains in the Great Desolate Mountain Range collapsed inch by inch. Not only the Great Desolate Mountain Range, but the entire world also collapsed inch by inch. With one punch, everything was destroyed. Rivers dried up and mountains collapsed. In the distance, Yi Xian stared intently at the fist mark. This punch gathered the power of the earth, the power of the mountains and rivers, and the power of heaven and earth. In addition to the Celestial Demon King's own physical strength, it could be said that this punch could really destroy a world. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment of life and death, his mind became extremely clear. Power. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly realized a problem. The Celestial Demon King was borrowing power. Borrowing the power of the earth, the power of the mountains and rivers, and the power of heaven and earth. Since the Celestial Demon King could borrow power, why couldn't he? With that thought, he wanted to borrow power. But on second thought, was the borrowed power his own power? Yi Xian suddenly laughed. "I have a sword. Why do I need to borrow power?" As he said that, he stabbed with his sword. Sword of life and death. However, it was different from the previous sword of life and death. He was more confident and calm with this sword. Confidence in the sword. Calmness in the face of life and death. A swordsman only needed a sword. As Yi Xian stabbed with his sword, boom! In front of Yi Xian, the fist mark was suddenly stopped by Yi Xian's sword. Then the fist mark suddenly began to collapse inch by inch, and turned into nothingness. And that power was like a wisp of green smoke that dissipated in the world. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the distant celestial demon king were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? On the other side, the eyes of Demon King Meng and Demon King Guyu were also filled with disbelief. Yi Xian easily broke this punch. That was the punch of the celestial demon king's full power. In the prison pagoda, the door of disaster's expression was very gloomy. In fact, only she knew what was going on. Yi Xian's previous sword of life and death could not be considered a true mortal sword. The previous sword of life and death could at most be considered half immortal. It was still lacking some concept to become immortal. To put it simply, Yi Xian was not confident enough. He did not have enough confidence in his sword of life and death. At that time, his sword Dao faith and confidence were not particularly strong. But now, Yi Xian completely believed in his sword of life and death. This was a qualitative change. Was confidence important? Very, very, very important. Many times, confidence could affect a person's life. It could be said that the current Yi Xian's sword of life and death could be considered to have become immortal. In fact, only she knew that if Yi Xian was a little more confident and did not use the sword of life and death, but just casually used it, then Yi Xian had at least a 90% chance of becoming immortal. It was not the sword of life and death, but the entire person. If Yi Xian's entire person became immortal, then his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. What is mortal? In the Cosmos God Court, being mortal meant being real. Ordinary swords were real swords. Every strike was a real sword. It truly disregarded cultivation base, defense realm, divine abilities, laws, rules, and order. It could fight against experts of any realm. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This was the mortal realm. If Yi Xian really reached this level, it would give her a headache. But fortunately, Yi Xian did not truly become immortal. It was just a sword of life and death. The difference was still very big. The door of calamity slowly closed its eyes. She realized that this shameless guy was growing a little too fast. This was not a good thing. Outside the world prison pagoda, Yi Xian put away his sword. He looked up at the sky and slowly closed his eyes. I really want to be beaten to death. Sky Demon Monarch Mount Mang. Demon Monarch Guyu. P.S. There's an event today. Anyone who leaves a comment in the book review section of The Only Sword has a chance of receiving a physical book of Invincible Sword Domain, or The Only Sword. Don't praise, just criticism. The kind that points out the flaws of the book and makes me feel ashamed. This kind of chance is the highest. The other kind is to give good suggestions, especially those that point out the flaws and give good suggestions. This kind of chance is even higher. Other comments may also be chosen. It's up to you. Of course, I also know that many readers are silently reading and silently supporting me. I hope that you can also leave a sentence to prove that you have always been here. Especially some old readers of Invincible Sword Domain. I hope that you can come out and let me see you. Most importantly, as long as you leave a comment, you can see your fan level. You can see what level you are. Alliance Master level fans will get a free book and a photo of me. Chapter 1541. He wanted to be beaten to death. By the side, Demon King Guyu and Demon King Meng Mountain had odd expressions. Young Master Ye's posturing really left them speechless. Celestial Demon King looked at Yi Xian. Human, I admit you are strong, but don't you think you are too arrogant? Yi Xian looked at Celestial Demon King and smiled. Again, Celestial Demon King shook his head. Yi Xian frowned slightly. As far as I know, you demon beasts will be stronger after returning to your original form. You can return to your original form. Celestial Demon King still shook his head. I am bullying you if I fight you. After all, my realm is much higher than yours. If I return to my original form, even if I win, what's the point? Yi Xian was about to speak when Celestial Demon King continued. Strictly speaking, I have lost to you. Besides, even if I return to my original form, I can't do anything to you with that strike just now. So let's not fight anymore. At this moment, his heart was very complicated. This human was only at Tao attainment realm. He was several realms higher than this human, and had an eternal realm body. But to be beaten like this, he felt like a failure. If he returned to his original form, he would look down on himself. Seeing that Celestial Demon King didn't want to fight anymore, Yi Xian didn't force him. He cupped his fists. Celestial Demon King, sorry for disturbing you. With that said, he opened his palm, and a ball of purple gas floated in front of Celestial Demon King. When Celestial Demon King saw this ball of purple gas, shock flashed in his eyes. This, Yi Xian smiled. Celestial Demon King, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Celestial Demon King looked deeply at Yi Xian. Human, this is too precious. Yi Xian smiled. It is precious. That's why I am giving it to you. This gas should be helpful to you. If you don't mind, please accept it. Celestial Demon King was silent for a moment. Little friend, frankly speaking, I can't refuse this purple gas. But I can't take your purple gas for nothing. Obviously, he wanted Yi Xian to make a request. Yi Xian glanced at Celestial Demon King. Celestial Demon King was very principled. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian said, Heavenly Demon King, how about this? Take this as a good karma. Celestial Demon King naturally understood what Yi Xian meant. He wanted him to owe him a favor. After a moment of silence, the Heavenly Demon King said, Sure. As he spoke, he withdrew the strand of violet energy. And then he said, If you need my help in the future, just send someone here to notify me. I, Heavenly Demon King, will definitely not refuse. Yi Xian smiled and said, Sure. As if thinking of something, he asked, Heavenly Demon King, where is that beast? Berserk beasts. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the expressions of the three demon monarchs changed. Sky Demon King said solemnly, Little friend, it's not good for you to look for it now. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why? Sky Demon King looked at Yi Xian. If you look for it now, it won't be training but courting death. Yi Xian said solemnly, Is it very strong? Sky Demon King nodded. Very, very strong. I've fought you before, so I have a rough understanding of your strength. With your current strength, it's not good for you to provoke it. Besides, according to what I know, it's cultivating in seclusion now. It's not good to be disturbed at this time. Yi Xian said softly, I see. With that said, he looked at Demon Monarch Mount Mang and Demon Monarch Guyu. Demon Monarchs, thank you for sending me off. We will meet again if fate allows it. Demon Monarch Guyu cupped his fists and said with a smile, Young Master Yi, please come to the great desolate mountain range to play when you're free in the future. Demon Monarch Mount Mang also cupped his fists. Young Master Yi, take care. Yi Xian smiled. Demon Monarchs, take care. With that said, he turned and left. There were two reasons why he formed a good relationship with these three demon monarchs. First, he, Yi Xian, was here to train, not to make enemies. Having more friends was definitely better than having more enemies. Furthermore, he felt that many experts in the fifth dimension would come to this place in the future. Forming a good relationship here was equivalent to paving the way for the experts in the fifth dimension. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded from behind him. 10,000 beasts retreat. It was Sky Demon King's voice. As Sky Demon King's voice sounded, countless demon beasts in the endless mountain range in front of Yi Xian retreated like frightened birds. Yi Xian turned to look at where Sky Demon King was, and said with a smile, Thank you. With that said, he quickened his pace. He was going to meet Swordsman. To him, no demon beast in the entire great desolate mountain range was his match except for that fierce beast. However, he did not plan to find that fierce beast. It was not that he was afraid of death, but that it was in seclusion. It was a little immoral to disturb it at this time. Sky Demon King looked at Yi Xian's disappearing figure and said softly, Two demon monarchs, do you know where this little friend came from? Guyu Demon King shook his head. I don't know the specifics. I only know that his name is Yi Xian, and he seems to be from the fifth dimension. Fifth dimension? Sky Demon King said. So he is not from our Nether River Star Field? Guyu Demon King nodded. Yes. Sky Demon King nodded slightly and said softly. It is very likely that a big shot brought this junior here to train. Guyu Demon King smiled bitterly. Isn't that so? He did not forget that this young Master Yi had a swordsman behind him. Hellion Demon King was killed by that swordsman. Sky Demon King suddenly said. No matter what, this is a good relationship. Guyu Demon King quickly nodded. At this moment, he was somewhat glad that he did not fight to the death with Yi Xian. If that was the case, he would probably be dead by now. Not to mention obtaining this purple aura. Especially Demon King Mang Mountain, he was at the top previously. If not for Guyu Demon King stopping him, he would have fought to the death with Yi Xian. Thinking of this, Demon King Mang Mountain shook his head. It seemed that he had to change his temper. Be more low-key in the future. Be more humble. At the end of the great desolate mountain range, Yi Xian was already flying on his sword. At this moment he was in a good mood. He had gained a lot from this trip to the great desolate mountain range. Especially the sword of life and death that he comprehended. Now even if he didn't use any external objects, he could easily kill an Eternal Realm expert. It could be said that compared to when he first came to the Nether River Star Field, his current sword Dao attainments had undergone earth-shattering changes. At this moment, there was a sudden change. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Boom! The sword slashed down, and the space in front of him directly shattered. Boom! A sword beam dispersed, and Yi Xian retreated tens of thousands of feet. Just as Yi Xian stopped, an afterimage suddenly flashed in front of him. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. He was about to strike, but he was shocked to discover that the unparalleled sword in his hand had shattered. The sword had shattered. Yi Xian was horrified. He took out the Executing Heaven sword and stabbed again. Sword of Life and Death plus Sword Domain. As soon as Yi Xian stabbed, a fist blasted the tip of the Executing Heaven sword. Boom! Yi Xian was instantly sent flying backward. With this flight, he flew hundreds of thousands of feet away. Before he could stop, an afterimage flashed in front of him. Following that, a fist went straight for his head. Under this fist, the space that Yi Xian was in was instantly annihilated. And at this moment, Yi Xian's body cracked inch by inch. At this moment of life and death, Yi Xian suddenly roared. Slash! He slashed again. A sword of life and death. Moreover, he even utilized the sword domain. It was his strongest attack. An expanse of sword light descended. Rumble! The expanse of sword light in front of Yi Xian had just descended when it was instantly obliterated, and he retreated explosively for another 30 kilometers. But at this moment he saw the attacker. It was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore a luxurious robe, and he had an extremely robust figure that was more than twice the size of an ordinary person. Moreover, he emanated an extremely ferocious aura. Yi Xian wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth and gazed at the middle-aged man. You're that ferocious beast. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian. Mortal initiation. Since you were able to take 3 of my punches while at the Dao Attainment Realm, you should be invincible amongst your peers. Unfortunately, you've only attained mortal initiation. If you've truly attained mortal initiation, then I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. You did it for the violet energy. The middle-aged man remained expressionless. Are you going to hand it over yourself? Or do I have to kill you and take it for myself? Yi Xian grinned. I'm begging to be beaten to death. The middle-aged man nodded. You've got guts. I like tough bones like you. Later, I will break all your bones bit by bit, and then erase your soul bit by bit. I hope you can still have guts at that time. As his voice fell, he suddenly punched out. The moment he punched out, Yi Xian was instantly enveloped by a powerful fist aura. Under this fist aura, he felt his heart stop beating, and in his eyes, he saw the world being annihilated bit by bit. The fist aura was overwhelming. It was dozens of times more terrifying than Heavenly Demon King's aura. Previously, Heavenly Demon King's aura was borrowed, but this ferocious beast's aura wasn't borrowed. This was his own aura. This was truly unstoppable. Yi Xian's eyes slowly narrowed. At this moment he couldn't breathe. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. His mind was a complete blank. Inside the prison pagoda, the door of adversity stared outside. With Yi Xian's current strength, he definitely couldn't take this punch. This ferocious beast's strength wasn't something that Yi Xian could contend with. This was no longer bullying the weak. This was crushing, a true crushing. This ferocious beast had lived for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Whether it was its realm or physical body, it far surpassed Yi Xian's. If Yi Xian had a true ordinary sword, perhaps he could fight it. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't. As if thinking of something, the door of adversity frowned. This vile beast wouldn't force this shameless guy into an ordinary sword, right? Just as she finished speaking outside, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled. Sensing this, the door of adversity's expression changed drastically. This shameless guy really wanted to enter an ordinary sword. Without any hesitation, the door of adversity suddenly left the prison pagoda. She directly blocked in front of Yi Xian and punched out. Boom! The ferocious beast's fist force was directly shattered by her punch. After destroying the ferocious beast's fist force with one punch, the door of adversity turned around and slapped Yi Xian. Boom! Yi Xian immediately woke up from that magical state. He looked at the door of adversity blankly. You, what are you doing? The door of adversity blinked and then said seriously, Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. In fact, she really wanted to slap Yi Xian to death with one palm. However, she didn't dare to. Hearing the door of adversity's words, Yi Xian was a little confused. Was this woman crazy? The door of adversity turned to look at the ferocious beast with an extremely cold expression. I hate people who bully the weak the most. Beast, if you're still in front of me in 3 breaths' time, I'll tear you apart. Yi Xian, the ferocious beast. Chapter 1542. She hated the strong bullying the weak the most? Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it, this woman is bullying the weak, and she's talking about others? However, what was wrong with this woman's brain? Was she crazy? She's helping me. Something's wrong. In truth, Yi Xian didn't know that he'd almost become an ordinary sword cultivator. At that time, he'd only had one thought in his mind, and that was to draw his sword. Even if he died, he had to draw his sword. However, he hadn't expected the door of disaster to suddenly appear. On the other side of the door of disaster, Xiongshou stared at her. Who are you? The door of disaster narrowed its eyes. My name isn't something a beast like you can know. Xiongshou shook his head and smiled. In this world, there are always people who think they're infallible and powerful. Little do they know that she's like a frog at the bottom of a well. She doesn't know how big the sky is. As he spoke, he looked at the door of disaster. Arrogance is just an appearance. Its essence is ignorance. Ignorance isn't scary. What's scary is when a fool doesn't know his own ignorance. Yi Xian immediately gave Xiongshou a thumbs up. Well said. The door of disaster glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and then looked at Xiongshou. Now I finally understand why this shameless slut can live so comfortably. It's because her enemy is stupid. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Xiongshou's pupils suddenly shrank. He took a step forward and punched. Boom! A bolt of blood lightning suddenly exploded on Xiongshou's fist. Rumble! Xiongshou's entire right hand exploded. At the same time, he retreated several tens of thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, a bolt of blood lightning fell straight down from his head. Seeing this, Xiongshou was horrified. He stomped his right foot, and his entire body became illusory. Boom! The bolt of blood lightning missed, but the mountains below it were directly reduced to powder. Xiongshou turned around, and saw that Xiongshou was just a few hundred meters away. Xiongshou's eyes were filled with shock. Who the hell are you? He discovered that his physical body was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the blood lightning. The gate of adversity slapped out with its palm, and a bolt of blood lightning tore through the battlefield. In the distance, the vicious beast's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly leaped up and punched out with his left hand. Heaven shaking. With a punch, a fist aura instantly swept through the entire world. His fist smashed into the blood lightning, and a powerful force gushed out of his fist like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The bolt of blood lightning trembled violently, but in the next moment, the beast retreated several tens of thousands of feet. The space in front of it, and the door of misfortune had been completely annihilated. Not only that, but its entire left arm had exploded as well. Both his arms were gone. The beast's expression was ferocious. He glared at the door of disaster. Who are you? He basically knew all the experts in the Nether River Star Field. It could be said that apart from Li Jueqing, no one in the Nether River Star Field could crush him. The door of disaster looked at the beast coldly. Do you think you're qualified to know who I am? As she spoke, she was about to attack the beast again. But the ferocious beast turned around and fled, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The door of disaster was about to give chase, but it seemed to have thought of something and stopped. Why did it chase after him? Did it have nothing better to do? The door of disaster turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Why did you help?" He still did not understand. This woman was definitely not that kind. The door of disaster said calmly, "Didn't I say? I hate people who bully the weak." Yi Xian said angrily, "T. You hate people who bully the weak. When you came to attack me, weren't you bullying the weak?" The door of disaster was expressionless. "I hate people who bully the weak, but I don't hate myself for bullying the weak. Is there a problem?" Mother Her. Hearing this, Yi Xian almost went berserk. Damn it, was this something a human could say? The door of disaster clapped its hands and returned to the prism pagoda. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Little heir, that white-armored woman was also a protector of the laws. Between you and her, who is stronger?" The door of disaster said, "Don't ask. If you ask, then I'm invincible." Yi Xian was speechless. Inside the prism pagoda, Xiaota shook his head. "Little heir, after following the young master for so long, you've learned to be shameless." The door of disaster was speechless. Yi Xian did not dwell on why the door of disaster attacked him. He put away his sword and flew into the distance. On the way, Yi Xian's expression was a little heavy. After the battle with the beast, he realized that he still had many shortcomings. It was not enough to enter the mortal realm with one sword. He needed to enter the mortal realm with his whole body. Soon Yi Xian left the Great Desolate Mountain Range. As soon as he left the Great Desolate Mountain Range, he encountered the Swordsman. The Swordsman looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "You're out." Yi Xian nodded. "Big brother." At this point he suddenly stopped. Big brother? He was a little confused. He had told the door of disaster that the Swordsman was his big brother, but that was not the case. He did not expect that he would call him big brother. This was a little awkward. "Big brother?" The Swordsman looked at Yi Xian with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. "Calling me senior is a little distant, so in my heart, senior is my big brother. Senior, you don't mind, right?" The Swordsman smiled. "If it was someone else, I would mind. But since it's you, I don't mind. After all, you're quite to my liking. However, this seniority, forget it. You and I are both swordsmen. Why should we care about these customs of the world?" Yi Xian smiled. "Big brother." The Swordsman nodded slightly. He looked at Yi Xian. "You have a sword that allowed you to enter the mortal realm." Yi Xian nodded. "I comprehended that sword when I was on the brink of life and death. But I have not entered the mortal realm." The Swordsman chuckled. "That's already very good. The current you is only half a step away from entering the mortal realm." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "How can I enter the mortal realm?" The Swordsman smiled. "Think more, comprehend more, learn more, and fight more." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I understand." The Swordsman continued. "I wanted to accompany you for a while longer, but I encountered something, so I might have to leave first." Hearing the Swordsman's words, the door of disaster in the prism pagoda suddenly raised its head, its eyes filled with surprise. But soon, that surprise turned into solemnity. Although Yi Xian had become very strong, he was still no match for her. Therefore, before the Swordsman left, it was very likely that he would kill her first. Thinking of this, The door of disaster's expression gradually turned ugly. Outside the prison pagoda, Yi Xian was slightly stunned when he heard the swordsman's words, then said, "Big brother, you're leaving?" The swordsman nodded. "This universe is too weak. It's really boring to stay here. I want to wander around. If I can encounter that universe's law, that would be great." The disaster law. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Big brother, will we meet again in the future?" The swordsman smiled. "I think we will." Yi Xian smiled. "Then we'll meet again." The swordsman nodded. He glanced at Yi Xian's abdomen. "With this woman's strength, even if you become immortal, you might not be able to resist her. Do you need me to help you kill her?" Inside the prison pagoda, the door of disaster slowly clenched its fists. Outside the prison pagoda, Yi Xian laughed. "Since it's a disaster cause, then let me face it myself." The swordsman glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. "Just as I thought. However, I'll still do you a small favor." He glanced at Yi Xian's abdomen. "Within a year, you can't attack my little brother. After a year, you can attack him. Is there a problem?" Inside the prison pagoda, the door of disaster hurriedly shook its head. No problem. She knew that the swordsman wanted her to train Yi Xian. However, this was exactly what she wanted. Because this way she wouldn't have to die. Only by staying alive would she have a future. Outside the prison pagoda, the swordsman suddenly opened his palm. Within Yi Xian's body, something seemed to have disappeared. Yi Xian looked at the swordsman. The swordsman smiled. "From now on, you can use both of your bloodlines. In addition, you can also recultivate your body and your sword. Don't worry about anything else. Now that you're half immortal, your thinking has undergone a qualitative change. Even with the power of your bloodline in your body, you won't lose yourself." Saying this, he paused. "Whether it's the power of your bloodline or your body, these are all your own powers. However, you can't rely on them too much. Of course, forget about your body and bloodline. You can't even rely on your sword." Yi Xian was puzzled. "I can't even rely on my sword?" The swordsman smiled. "Yes." Yi Xian hurriedly asked. "Why?" The swordsman smiled. "After you enter the mortal world, you'll slowly understand." Saying this, he turned to look at the horizon. "Little guy, it's time to part." Saying this, he turned into a sword ray and disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian looked at the horizon. At this moment, the door of woe suddenly said, "Stop looking. He's already tens of thousands of star sectors away." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Little heir, how strong is my big brother?" The strength of the three swords had always been a mystery. The door of woe was silent. How strong was that swordsman? She didn't know, because he only needed one sword to kill her. At this moment, Yi Xian retracted his gaze. He shook his head and smiled. "Forget it. I'll just cultivate my body." Saying this, he took out Xiaota. "Xiaota, where's the blood of the horned girl?" Xiaota was about to speak. At this moment, the door of woe's expression suddenly changed. B*TCH run? Yi Xian was stunned. "What the hell?" The door of woe said angrily. "Idiot, run. A law guardian is tearing through the star sector and rushing here." Yi Xian was confused. "Law guardian? No, shouldn't you be happy that a law guardian is rushing here?" The door of woe's voice grew louder. "Idiot. I can't explain it to you anymore. Run. If you don't run, just wait for your death. The other party isn't like me, where most of my strength was sealed by that swordsman. The other party is in peak condition." "Peak condition? Do you understand?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Can I beat him?" The door of woe roared. "Fight your ass. Do you know that beast just now? If it wanted to kill him, it only needed a glance. She's in peak condition. Do you understand?" Yi Xian was speechless. The door of woe said angrily, "Big brother, your big brother is already far away. You don't have the capital to act tough anymore. Can't you just F***king run?" Xiaota suddenly said, "Little misfortune, watch your manners." "Manners?" The door of woe was furious. "You stupid tower. If you talk to me about manners again, I'll die with you. I've had enough of you two weirdos." Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Yesterday's request for criticism. I've been dealt a blow. Let's change it today. I'm asking for a compliment. When also, there were a few winners yesterday. I left messages for you, but you didn't come to me. Chapter 1543. Run. Yi Xian did not hesitate, and immediately flew away on his sword, a law guardian at its peak. He did not forget what kind of existence the door of adversity was at its peak. However, what puzzled him was why the door of adversity was more anxious than him when there was a new law guardian looking for him. Could it be that there was a conflict between the laws of the universe? Without thinking too much, Yi Xian increased his speed to the maximum. At this moment, the door of adversity suddenly said, "From the left, enter that black hole, and escape by tearing through space." Yi Xian headed to the left. As if thinking of something, he hurriedly said, "Little E, your speed is faster. Why don't you do it?" The door of adversity coldly said, "The reason why that woman has not found this place yet is because she is unable to determine your location. If I come out, she will be able to locate you immediately." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "How does she know I am here?" The door of adversity was silent for a moment before saying, "It should be because I attacked earlier." Yi Xian asked, "Is she also from the Universe God Court?" The door of adversity said, "Yes." Yi Xian was confused. "Then shouldn't you be happy?" The door of adversity was silent. Yi Xian said again, "You have a grudge with her." The door of adversity said indifferently, "It's none of your business." Yi Xian was delighted. This woman definitely had a grudge with that law guardian. At this moment, the door of adversity suddenly said, "There is a black hole in space ahead. Enter it, and use the black hole to teleport." Yi Xian was hesitant. Would this woman trick him? At this moment, Little Ta suddenly said, "Little Master, there is a dangerous existence approaching. It is very dangerous." Very dangerous. Yi Xian did not think further, and immediately transformed into a sword light, and entered the black hole. The moment he entered the black hole, Yi Xian's expression changed. This was because he felt a powerful force tearing his body apart. Yi Xian hurriedly used his sword domain to block the tearing force. Not long after Yi Xian disappeared, a woman suddenly appeared in the sky above the great desolate mountain range. The woman wore a long black dress. The long dress was as black as ink, completely black. The woman looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. Her head of fine black hair was tied up with a black ribbon. She looked very refreshing. Her eyebrows were slightly light, and they went up along with the flow, like two swords standing above her eyes. At the tip of her right hand, a flying dagger was circling around her finger. After the woman appeared, she glanced around and smirked. "Is he gone? Interesting." At this point, she seemed to have noticed something and suddenly turned around. In the next moment she disappeared. In the depths of the great desolate mountain range, the beast that was recuperating suddenly stood up. Just as it stood up, a woman appeared in front of it. The ferocious beast narrowed its eyes when it saw the woman. "Who are you?" The woman smiled and said, "I ask, you answer." The ferocious beast stared at the woman. "You are." At this point, the beast's left arm suddenly flew off, and blood spurted out like a pillar. The beast was shocked and looked at the woman in disbelief. "You," the woman smiled. "Have you seen a woman in a red dress?" The beast hurriedly nodded. "Yes. She was with a young man." The woman frowned slightly. "With a young man? Is that young man an emergency body?" The beast nodded. "Yes, yes." The woman's frown deepened. "She didn't kill that young man?" Hearing this, the beast became excited. "She didn't kill that young man. Not only did she not kill him, she's even helping him." "Helping?" The woman blinked. "She hurt you because she helped that young man?" The beast hurriedly nodded. "Yes." The woman chuckled. "That's interesting. Could it be that this woman has turned traitor?" In the distance, the beast didn't dare to speak again. Being beaten up by 2 women in a day, he had never felt so aggrieved. Right at this moment, the woman turned around and said softly, "That woman should have sensed my arrival. That's why she took that young man away." The beast hesitated for a moment and said, "Are you going to kill that young man?" The woman looked at the beast and smiled. "Can't I?" The beast hurriedly said. "Of course you can. But that woman in the red dress is protecting that young man." The woman smiled. "Don't worry. She can't protect that young man." At this point, she seemed to have noticed something and disappeared on the spot. Seeing that the woman had disappeared, the beast immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This woman was too terrifying. He felt that she was even scarier than that hot-tempered woman from before. The beast looked up at the sky, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Am I really that weak? Right at this moment, the space above his head suddenly split open. The next moment, 3 women appeared not far in front of him. They were Mu Nianyan and the other 2. They found this place because the swordsman was no longer suppressing Yi Xian's bloodline power. The mysterious woman found this place based on Yi Xian's undying bloodline. But as soon as they found this place, Yi Xian's aura disappeared again. The beast frowned when he saw Mu Nianyan and the other 2. Where did they come from? The mysterious woman looked at the beast. Have you seen a young man? The beast was slightly stunned, and then he said, The young man with the calamity body? The 3 women became slightly excited when they heard this. The mysterious woman in the lead hurriedly nodded. Yes, the beast said in a low voice. He was here before, but I don't know where he went now. Nian Nian looked at the mysterious woman. Can you sense his aura? The mysterious woman glanced over, and a moment later, she said in a low voice, I can only sense a little. Moreover, he's getting further and further away from us. It doesn't seem like he's on his way. Nian Nian was about to speak when the beast suddenly said, Are the 3 of you here to kill that young man as well? The 3 women looked at the beast when they heard this. The beast cupped his fists. To tell you the truth, I've already made a move against him before. Unfortunately, I was stopped by a woman. Otherwise, I would have blown his head apart. What a pity. The mysterious woman suddenly said, You've made a move against him. The beast hurriedly said, Yes. If that woman hadn't interfered, I would have blown his head apart. Right at this moment, Tu suddenly blasted out with his fist. Mu Nianyan slashed out with his sword. The mysterious woman directly charged out. Ah! Not long after, miserable and shrill cries resounded from the depths of the great desolate mountain range. After a long time, the beast's miserable voice suddenly resounded from the depths of the great desolate mountain range. What exactly did I do wrong? On the other side of the clouds, a certain space suddenly split open, and in the next moment, a woman walked out. It was the woman in a black dress. Not far away from the woman in a black dress stood a woman in white armor. The woman in a black dress looked at the woman in white armor and said with a smile, So it's Exan. I never expected that you would be here as well. The woman called Exan said indifferently, Mu Xiaodao, what are you doing here? Mu Xiaodao smiled. Do you believe that I'm here to look for you? Exan was expressionless. Do you want to fight? Mu Xiaodao was about to speak when she suddenly frowned. You deliberately let me discover you. You're stalling for time for that youth. Exan didn't say anything. Mu Xiaodao suddenly shook her head and smiled. I heard that little E is also helping that youth. This is really interesting. Exan frowned slightly. The door of calamity is also helping that youth? That doesn't make sense. Mu Xiaodao suddenly said. Is that law on you? Exan looked at Mu Xiaodao with a calm expression. Do you really want to know? Mu Xiaodao smiled. I was being nosy. Farewell. With that said, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. She didn't dare ask any further, because if the law was really on Exan, then she would definitely die. Although the law of the universe that Exan was guarding was already injured, it wasn't something that she could resist. Seeing Mu Xiaodao leave, Exan said softly, Whether you live or die is up to you. With that said, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. In a certain spatial black hole, Yi Xian was flying through it on his sword. He didn't know where he was going either. In any case, escaping was the right thing to do. At this moment, the door of calamity suddenly said, To the right, there's a spatial black hole there. You can use that spatial black hole to escape. Yi Xian turned around and glanced at it. He hesitated for a moment, and then he directly rode his sword to the right. It didn't take long for him to leave the black hole in the starry sky. After he left, he glanced at the surroundings. The starry sky around him was silent. It was an unfamiliar star region, and not far in front of him, there was a spatial black hole. This spatial black hole was enormous and occupied half of the starry sky. Any star that came here would be devoured by it. The door of calamity suddenly said, "Go in quickly." Xiaota said, "Young master, that dangerous aura is getting closer." Yi Xian chose to believe in Xiaota. He didn't hesitate and directly entered the spatial black hole. As soon as he entered, he was directly sucked into the depths of the spatial black hole. Yi Xian hurriedly used his sword domain to block. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned solemn. This was because he realized that the power of the spatial black hole was very strong. His sword domain could only barely block it. This was not the power of dark energy, but a mysterious power. He didn't know what it was exactly. As though he thought of something, Yi Xian asked again, "Little heir, what law's guardian is looking for me?" The door of calamity said coldly, "What law's guardian? You can't even beat it." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Aren't you looking down on me too much?" The door of calamity said angrily, "Can you stop being so arrogant? If not for that swordsman helping you block some of the calamity law's power, you would be dead now." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Is Big Brother still helping me block it?" The door of calamity said, "Nonsense. Otherwise, do you think you can survive until now? However, he has already left. Furthermore, he's getting further and further away. I don't know." At this point, her expression suddenly changed. F***ck. He didn't help you block it. Yi Xian blinked. Really? Just as he finished speaking, some blood-red threads suddenly appeared around him. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. F***ck, little heir. Hurry up and think of a way to help me block these calamity law's power. The door of calamity's face twitched as she said angrily, "I'm the calamity law's guardian, not your guardian. You want me to help you think of a way to deal with the calamity law? Are you kidding me? Ah. P.S. I'm late. Oh my god. How exciting." Chapter 1544. Yi Xian came to his senses when he heard the law of misfortune's words. This woman is on the same side as the law of misfortune. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly trembled. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What's going on? The law of misfortune's expression turned ugly. Damn it, this black hole is going to self-destruct. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Are you kidding me? Can this black hole self-destruct? The law of misfortune said angrily. Why can't it self-destruct? After a black hole devours too many stars and matter, its energy will reach a limit, and then it will explode. Yi Xian said solemnly. Under normal circumstances, how long does it take for such a black hole to explode? The law of misfortune said. A few million years or even longer. Yi Xian's expression was incomparably ugly. Damn it, in other words, I actually encountered a black hole that only explodes once every few million years. The law of misfortune fell silent for a moment, and then said, It has nothing to do with you. It's because of the law of misfortune. The law of misfortune. Yi Xian suddenly came to his senses, right? How can I be so unlucky? It's all because of the law of misfortune. In the surroundings, the black hole in the starry sky suddenly began to expand, and the mysterious power seemed to be multiplying. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. If this black hole explodes, then not to mention him, even the body of the ferocious beast would be pulverized. At this moment, the law of misfortune suddenly said, Hurry up and escape. Yi Xian raised his speed to the limit, and at this moment, the law of misfortune said, It's too late. This black hole will completely explode in at most a dozen breaths of time. Yi Xian. The law of misfortune suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she glared coldly at Yi Xian. I really want to take you down with me, you bitch. As she spoke, she directly grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder, and in the next moment, she and Yi Xian transformed into a blood-red bolt of lightning and vanished at the end of the starry sky. She naturally did not want to save Yi Xian, but she had no choice but to do so. Only by hiding in Yi Xian's body could she avoid Mu Xiaodao's pursuit. If it was under normal circumstances, she would naturally not be afraid of Mu Xiaodao. But the problem was that she was not normal at the moment. One must know that when the swordsman left, he did not remove the 2 strands of sword qi left between her brows. The suppressed her was not Mu Xiaodao's opponent. She had fought with Mu Xiaodao her entire life. If she were to fall into Mu Xiaodao's hands now, it would be a fate worse than death. The moment the door of adversity made its move, Mu Xiaodao, who was in a certain space behind them, suddenly raised her head and looked into the distance. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Has it made its move? Speaking up to this point, she frowned slightly. Logically speaking, this woman should have come to pick a fight with me when she met me. Why did he choose to escape? Could it be that he's injured? As she spoke, her eyes flashed with a strange light, and in the next instant, her entire body turned illusory, entering an unknown starry region. Xiao Er's speed was much faster than Yi Xian's. Under her lead, the 2 of them escaped before the black hole exploded. Just as the 2 of them escaped, the black hole behind them exploded. Boom! In an instant, the starry region that the 2 of them were in began to be annihilated inch by inch. The adversity law did not dare to stay any longer. Grabbing onto Yi Xian's shoulder, they once again disappeared at the end of the starry sky. Behind the 2 of them, the starry sky began to be annihilated bit by bit. The starry sky exploded. Looking at the scene behind him, Yi Xian's heart was filled with shock. Was this the power of nature in the universe? In this vast universe, humans are really insignificant. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian turned to look at Xiao Er. Xiao Er, if we join forces, can we beat that woman? Xiao Er glanced coldly at Yi Xian. That woman plays with knives. More than 100,000 years ago, her knife was already an ordinary knife. Yi Xian blinked, and then said, "Pretend I didn't say anything. Let's run." Xiao Er stomped her foot, and a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded under her feet. In the next moment, she and Yi Xian directly disappeared in the deepest part of the starry sky. Yi Xian asked again, "Xiao Er, you guardians of the laws of the universe should also have strong and weak ones. Who is the strongest?" Xiao Er was expressionless. "Me." Yi Xian was speechless. "Damn. This Xiao Er is also starting to be shameless." Xiao Er suddenly said, "I can't stay outside anymore. Otherwise, that woman can use my aura to find me. I have to return to the pagoda." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." Xiao Er directly returned to the prison pagoda, while Yi Xian continued to fly on his sword. At this moment Xiao Er said again, "Running like this is not a solution." Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind him stood a youth, with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. "Why?" At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and was Yi Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you remove him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder. But she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove his crown prince position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yilang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder said coldly, then flogged 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yilang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered. Young Master Yilang inherits the crown prince position, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly swelled up, but she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yiling looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince. Yiling nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. Yiling nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't show any mercy. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yilang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yilang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yilang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him, like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yilang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yilang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, Your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me! Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. Brother, it hurts, it hurts! Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage, and in the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yiling, What are you doing? The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yixian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yiling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yiling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly. Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince, and it's the wish of everyone. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, Your man! As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me! Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts! Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Chapter 1545. The nine-dimensional universe. Speaking of the nine-dimensional universe, one had to mention a clan. The Undying Emperor clan. In the entire nine-dimensional universe, there was only one super clan, the Undying Emperor clan, known as the number one clan in the universe. In the entire nine-dimensional universe, other than the nine-dimensional Tendo, the Undying Emperor clan had no natural enemies. This ancient clan had been invincible for millions of years. Even the nine-dimensional Tendo had to give face to this clan. In the Undying Realm, a drop of burning blood essence slowly floated into the Undying Realm. The moment this drop of blood essence entered the Undying Realm, the entire Undying Realm was shocked. Blood Call. This was the supreme secret technique of the Undying clan. Ordinary people did not have the qualifications to learn it. Was it a blood call? At this moment, an old man appeared in front of the drop of blood essence. When he saw it, his expression changed and he said excitedly, "It's the third young lady. The third young lady's bloodline." As he spoke, he escorted the drop of blood essence into the depths of the Undying Realm. The third young lady. Countless experts of the Undying clan were dumbfounded. Who was the third young lady? An old man suddenly said with a trembling voice, "It's the third young lady. It's her." In the past, the Undying clan had two outstanding talents. One of them was the third young lady. The third young lady was very popular in the Undying clan because she was approachable and did not put on any airs. Of course, she was also the most mischievous and often mischievous. Unfortunately, that was a long time ago. The young people of the Undying clan did not even know who the third young lady was. The old man escorted the drop of blood essence to the Undying Palace, then slowly retreated. There was only one woman in the Undying Palace. The woman wore a black, tight-fitting robe, and her beautiful hair was tied up high behind her head. Between her brows there was an air of dignity. This person was the current leader of the Undying clan, Dongli Jing. Looking at the drop of blood essence in front of him, Dongli Jing slowly closed his eyes and said softly, "Third sister, that man's child." His voice was filled with complex emotions. Everyone knew that the Undying Emperor clan was the number one clan in the universe, but very few people knew that this number one clan had once faced a crisis. The crisis of almost being exterminated. That man had killed his way from the sixth dimension, all the way to the ninth dimension, causing the undead race to tremble in fear. At that time, the patriarch of the Undying race died in battle. More than 30 Heaven Realm experts fell, and several hundred Deity Realm experts were instantly killed. The Undying world collapsed. And not only the Undying world, the entire ninth dimension almost collapsed. Even the Undying Emperor clan's ancestor was unable to stop that man's footsteps. In that battle, the Undying Imperial clan's core bloodline was nearly exterminated. If it wasn't for her third sister, she would have been killed in that battle as well. After a long time, Dongli Jing suddenly opened his eyes. "Issue the Undying order. Tell the elders of the 10 worlds to come see me immediately." Very quickly, within the Undying realm, 10 black tokens soared into the sky, straight into the depths of the starry sky. Once the immortal order was out, all the worlds would submit. In less than a quarter of an hour, 10 super powerhouses entered the Undying Great Hall. 6 men and 4 women. Apart from these 10 people, there were 2 more old men in the Undying Hall. They were sitting not far from Dongli Jing. These 2 were the Undying clan's supreme elders, Dongli Zhua and Dongli Xing. The 2 had been in closed-door training for more than 1,000 years, but this time, they had come out early. Dongli Jing opened his palm, and the mysterious woman's drop of blood appeared in his palm. He looked at the crowd. "You should already know the specifics. What do you think?" Everyone in the hall was silent. What do they think? The Undying Imperial clan naturally didn't have a good impression of that green-robed man. He was the one who had almost exterminated the Undying Imperial clan. At this moment, the Supreme Elder Dongli Zhua suddenly said, "That young man has 2 bloodlines?" Dongli Jing nodded. "Yes." Dongli Zhua frowned. "How is that possible?" Dongli Jing said, "He indeed has 2 bloodlines." Dongli Zhua said softly, "A miracle." At this moment Dongli Xing suddenly said, "Third miss, why did you suddenly come to find us?" Dong Jing said in a low voice. That young man is in trouble. Dong Xing frowned. That man is here. Who dares to cause trouble for him? Dong Jing shook his head. That man isn't here. As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd. Third sister wants us to lend a hand. Dong Xing said in a low voice. He is that man's son. Dong Jing glanced at Dong Xing. But he has the bloodline of our undying imperial clan. Moreover, he is third sister's son. Dong Xing sighed softly and didn't speak. Dong Jing glanced at the crowd. I know that all of you hate that green-robed man. But to be honest, our undying imperial clan doesn't have the strength to take revenge on him. Besides that, that child might be an opportunity for our undying imperial clan. An opportunity. Everyone looked at Dong Jing when they heard this. Dong Jing said softly, since our ancestor, no one from our undying imperial clan, has been able to break through their bloodlines. However, this young man might be able to, if he breaks through his bloodline, and brings our undying imperial bloodline to a new height. Then our entire undying imperial clan will benefit. Hearing this, the expressions of the people in the hall became slightly excited. Why was the undying imperial clan so strong? It was because of their bloodline. But now their bloodline had become their shackles. Because it had been a very, very long time since anyone had been able to break through their bloodline. If someone was willing to break through their undying bloodline, then the entire clan's bloodline would be able to break through their shackles. Simply speaking, if someone was able to break through the shackles of their undying bloodline, then it would be equivalent to raising the upper limits of the undying imperial clan's bloodline, and allowing the undying imperial clan to become even stronger. Meanwhile, someone suddenly asked, Patriarch, what realm is that young man at? Dong Jing spoke softly, the Dao Formation realm. The expressions of everyone here instantly became extremely unsightly when they heard this. The Dao Formation realm. That's too low. Even a sweeper from the undying imperial clan has a higher cultivation realm than that. And now they're inviting him back to be their young master? The undying imperial clan couldn't afford to lose face like that. Meanwhile, Dong Jing added, according to third sister, he attained mortal attainment in the sword when he was being pursued by a ferocious beast in the Nether River Starfield. Mortal attainment. The expressions of everyone here changed violently when they heard this. Meanwhile, Dongli's was suddenly stood up, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. A ferocious beast from the lower planes actually dared to pursue and kill the young master of my undying imperial clan? Guards! As soon as he finished speaking, a guard suddenly appeared here. Dongli's was spoke fiercely. Immediately lead our forces to the Nether River Starfield and slaughter all the ferocious beasts there. No, let's destroy that starfield. The guard bowed slightly, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. Meanwhile, Dong Jing spoke abruptly. Forget it. Dong Zwa gazed at Dong Jing, and he spoke softly. The karma of slaughtering a starfield is too great. Moreover, his true enemy isn't the people of that starfield. It's the Cosmos Divine Court. The Cosmos Divine Court. The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard this. There were very few existences in the boundless universe that the undying imperial clan feared, and the Cosmos Divine Court was one of them. Dong Jing gazed at them. Are we protecting him or not? Dong Zwa spoke solemnly. Why is the Cosmos Divine Court targeting him? Dong Jing gazed at Dong Zwa. Because he doesn't just possess two bloodlines. He even possesses the Constitution of Calamity. Constitution of Calamity. Everyone in the hall glanced at each other. Protect him. Right at this moment, Dong Jing spoke abruptly. It has been 800,000 years since anyone from our undying imperial clan has broken through the bloodline shackles. This youth is our chance. Because it's very likely that he's fused the bloodline of our undying imperial clan with the mad demon bloodline. Once they fuse, his undying bloodline will definitely reach new heights. Moreover, this youth has already become immortal at such a young age. In other words, he might become an invincible swordsman like his father in the future. As he spoke, he gazed at Dong Jing. We must protect him. Dong Jing said. Even if we become enemies with the Cosmos Divine Court? Dong Lijing roared with laughter. So what? We'll just do it. Dong Lijing turned around and glanced at everyone. Do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Dong Lijing suddenly spoke. Man! As soon as he finished speaking, an old man appeared in front of Dong Lijing. Dong Lijing was expressionless. Immediately informed the 7th and 8th dimensions. Tell them to drop everything and use all their power to search for our undying Imperial clan's young master. After finding him, protect him at all costs. Whichever universe he's in, our undying Imperial clan will exterminate that universe. The old man bowed respectfully. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned illusory. Dong Lijing looked at the elders in the hall. Elders of the 10 worlds. The 10 of you will drop everything and send all the experts of the 10 worlds to the lower realms to search for him. You will go personally. Remember, protect him at all costs. We cannot let him die in the hands of the Cosmos Divine Court. The 10 people bowed. Understood. As soon as they finished speaking, the 10 people disappeared from the hall. Dong Lijing suddenly spoke again. Big Dipper. As soon as he finished speaking, an armored woman appeared in front of Dong Lijing. Dong Lijing looked at the woman. How many undying Imperial Army soldiers are there in the clan now? The woman was expressionless. 69. Dong Lijing said. Immediately recall everyone and personally lead a team to the lower realms to search for the young master. If he's found, the undying Imperial Army must obey the young master unconditionally. Big Dipper replied. Understood. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. Dong Lijing suddenly spoke again. Nan Xing. As soon as he finished speaking, a man appeared in front of Dong Lijing. Dong Lijing looked at Nan Xing. You are in charge of the intelligence network of our undying Imperial clan and the 10,000 worlds. Now, I want you to use all your power to search for him. Remember, he's being chased by the Cosmos Divine Court. He's definitely in a difficult situation. So you have to be quick, understand? Nan Xing said solemnly. I've already ordered all the intelligence network leaders to drop everything they're doing and start searching for the young master. As he said this, he paused. I'll personally make a trip to the Tianji God sect to ask for their help. However, I'm afraid this sect won't offend the Cosmos Divine Court. Dong Lijing stared at Nan Xing. Tell the Heavenly Arcanum sect that if anything happens to our undying Imperial clan's young master, our undying Imperial clan will slaughter the entire Heavenly Arcanum sect. Nan Xing bowed slightly. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Dong Lijing slowly closed his eyes. According to what I know, he has the disaster body and is currently being targeted by the disaster law. Elders, immediately activate our undying Imperial clan's undying blood formation, and then forcibly block the power of the disaster law. P.S. That's all. However, we'll continue tomorrow. Will it work or not? If it doesn't work, I'll commit seppuku as an apology. Chapter 1546. Somewhere in the starry sky, the mysterious woman withdrew her gaze, because she sensed that her drop of blood essence had returned to the undying Imperial clan. At the side, Moon Yinyan said, How is it? The mysterious woman said softly, I have informed the undying Imperial clan. As for what they do, it is up to them. Saying that, she looked into the distance. Our top priority now is to find him. Saying that, she disappeared into the starry sky. Tu coldly looked into the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. Moon Yinyan said softly, Miss Tu, our current enemy is the law of disaster and the mysterious force behind her. Tu was silent. Moon Yinyan said again, Let's go. Saying that, she turned into a sword light and disappeared into the distance. Tu was silent for a moment, then disappeared into the distance. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. Actually, he was a little panicked, because he sensed a dangerous aura, and that aura was getting stronger and stronger. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian said, Xiao Air, how far is she from us? Xiao Air said, If you stop, she will appear in front of you in 10 breaths of time. 10 breaths of time. Yi Xian's expression became solemn. He only had 10 breaths of time. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked into the distance. In the depths of the starry sky, he sensed the aura of life. There was someone. Yi Xian immediately sped up. Not long after Yi Xian disappeared, a woman suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao looked into the distance and smiled. Are you escaping? I love cats catching mice. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. In the distance, Yi Xian had just entered the starry sky with life when a young man suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the great thousand world? I don't want." The young man's voice stopped abruptly because a sword was pressed against his forehead. Yi Xian looked at the young man. The young man blinked. Big brother. You've passed. I didn't see anything. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he said angrily, "Are you that spineless?" The young man smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother, I'm just a doorkeeper, and I've just been appointed. Don't make things difficult for me. It wasn't easy for me to get to where I am now." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the gate of adversity suddenly said, "She's coming." Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard this, and he directly transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. The young man instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Xian vanish. He was almost killed on his first day in office. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared soundlessly in front of the young man. The young man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. This woman was Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao raised her head and looked into the distance. A moment later, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Has the aura disappeared? The young man stood to the side, not daring to breathe. Mu Xiaodao suddenly said, "What realm is this?" The young man hurriedly said, "Boundless world." The corner of Mu Xiaodao's mouth lifted slightly. "Let's see how you escape." As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward. With this step, her entire body disappeared into the starry sky. In the starry sky, the young man's mind was in a mess. Somewhere in a city, Yi Xian walked among the crowd. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. At this moment, his aura had been completely concealed with the help of Xiao Ta and Xiao Er. It could be said that he was now an ordinary person. As long as he did not expose his aura, it was basically impossible for the other party to use their divine sense to find him. After all, Xiao Ta and Xiao Er were not simple characters. Yi Xian looked around. He also did not know what city this was. He only knew that the boundless world was very, very big, bigger than the fifth dimension. He randomly found such a city in the endless boundless world. As long as he did not expose his aura, it was basically impossible for the other party to find him. At this moment, Xiao Er suddenly said, "Remember not to attack. Once you attack, you will immediately expose your aura. Once you expose your aura, with your current distance from her, her flying knife will stab into your head in half a breath." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Then do we continue to hide like this?" Xiao Er said, "That's the only way for now." Yi Xian walked into the distance. After walking for a while, he suddenly said, "Xiao Er, you guys are from the Cosmos God Court. Then this Cosmos God Court only has the laws of the universe, and you guys as the protectors of the laws?" Xiao Er sneered. "What do you think?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Is there anything else?" Xiao Er said indifferently, "Take a guess." "Yi Xian." Xiao Er said again, "This Mu Xiaodao came to find you. Do you know what this means?" Yi Xian was a little curious. "What does it mean?" Xiao Er said, "It means that another universal law has made a move against you." Yi Xian. At this moment, Xiao Er suddenly said, "From now on, you should try to keep a low profile. Because you have a disaster on you. Anything you do might bring about bad consequences." Yi Xian nodded. "I will try to keep a low profile." As soon as his voice fell, at this moment, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. Just as he retreated, a powerful force suddenly blasted in front of him. Rumble! Yi Xian was directly blown away. He did not dare to use his own strength to resist, so he was directly blown away. But fortunately, this force was not particularly strong, so he did not suffer too much. In the ruins, Yi Xian crawled out. He was a little confused. Someone is deliberately targeting me. Yi Xian looked up into the distance. Not far away, there stood a woman. The woman was about 20 years old, wearing a black and red dress. Her hair was tied into long whips. Her whole person looked particularly hot. Opposite the woman, there was also an old man. Yi Xian frowned. Fuck, I don't know these two. At this moment, the woman in the distance suddenly said angrily, "Grandfather, Feng Shui will not marry that Lin family's good-for-nothing son." The old man frowned slightly, a little displeased. "Girl, go back with me," Feng Shui said coldly. "I will not go back with you." The old man was about to speak. At this moment, a young man appeared beside Feng Shui. The young man looked at Feng Shui, smiled. "Sister Shui." Feng Shui suddenly said angrily, "Lin Su, my name is Feng Shui. I'll tell you today, I Feng Shui already have someone I like. I will not marry you." Lin Su said with a smile, "Sister Shui, I know, you're deliberately angering me. You don't have anyone you like." Feng Shui glared angrily at Lin Su. At this moment, she glanced at the surroundings and suddenly pointed at Yi Xian, who had just climbed out of the nearby ruins. "I'll tell you, I like him." Hearing this, Yi Xian directly jumped up. He was slightly stunned, and he was astonished in his heart. "Little heir. Fuck, isn't your law of disaster a bit too ridiculous? Is this how you play it? Ha." Within the prison pagoda, Little Heir's expression was slightly unsightly. She said angrily, "Who allowed you to watch the show? Let me tell you, in any case, you are not allowed to make a move. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. If you make a move, that woman will stab your head with a flying knife." Yi Xian. At this moment, Feng Shui suddenly ran over to Yi Xian. She directly hugged Yi Xian's arm, and then looked provocatively at the distant Lin Su. "Lin Su, I like him." Lin Su's gaze gradually turned gloomy when he witnessed this scene. Feng Shui was his fiancée, yet she was actually hugging a man's arm in broad daylight. Lin Su's eyes were filled with killing intent. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly glanced coldly at Feng Shui. "Fuck off. Fuck off." As soon as this voice resounded, everyone here was stunned. Feng Shui was slightly stunned as well. "This man told me to fuck off." Yi Xian gazed at Feng Shui. "Miss Feng Shui, have you thought about your Feng clan when you did this?" Feng Shui stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian laughed coldly. "What do I mean? I can understand that you don't like Brother Lin. But why did you humiliate Brother Lin? Do you know that your actions earlier aren't just an insult to Brother Lin and his Lin clan? It's an insult to your Feng clan as well? Have you ever thought that your willfulness might cause our clans to become enemies?" Feng Shui spoke angrily. "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. "Teach you how to do things? Do you think your grandfather and Brother Lin can't tell that you randomly picked a man to be your shield on the streets?" As he spoke, he gazed at Lin Su. "Brother Lin, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but this kind of unruly and willful woman isn't worth it." Lin Su glanced at Yi Xian. "You are?" Yi Xian walked over to Lin Su and smiled. "I'm Yang Xian. People call me Young Master Yang." "Yang clan?" Lin Su frowned slightly. "I don't think I've heard of it." Yi Xian was about to speak when Feng Shui suddenly ran over to Yi Xian and said angrily, "You damnable man. You actually dare to say that I'm unruly and willful. Do you not want?" Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, "Stay away from me." As he spoke, he hastily retreated to Lin Su's side, his right hand tightly grabbing onto Lin Su's sleeve. When he looked at Feng Shui, his eyes were filled with disgust, as if he had seen something extremely disgusting. Seeing this scene, everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. As for Feng Shui, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Feng Shui glared at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with killing intent. "You dare to humiliate me?" Yi Xian glanced coldly at Feng Shui. "Women, there isn't a single good thing. Men are still the best." As he spoke, he turned to look at Lin Su. The disgust in his eyes instantly turned into a trace of strangeness. "Men are still the best." Hearing this, Feng Shui was stunned. Lin Su was stunned as well. Feng Shui looked at Yi Xian, she blinked her eyes. You like men? Yi Xian glared at Feng Shui and said angrily. Can't I? Can't I like men? Don't you know that the opposite sex is only for reproduction, and the same sex is true love? Feng Shui's throat rolled. At this moment Lin Su, who was beside Yi Xian, quietly pulled back his sleeve that Yi Xian had grabbed. He moved a few steps to the side, he glanced at Yi Xian. Brother Yang, I still have matters to attend to. Farewell. Farewell. After speaking, he turned and left, walking very quickly, and as he walked he took off his clothes. At the side, Feng Shui glanced at Yi Xian. She hesitated. A trace of apology flashed in her eyes. Sorry, I didn't know you liked men. I'm really sorry. Inside the prison pagoda, Xiao Er was silent for a long time. She gave a thumbs up. You really are a goddamn talent. End of this chapter. Chapter 1547. Seeing that Lin Su had left, Yi Xian also turned to leave. If they were to fight, these people really wouldn't be his match. But it was completely unnecessary. He didn't want to be used by this woman. At this moment, Feng Shui suddenly stood in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He really didn't have a good impression of this woman. To be honest, he really wanted to cut this woman down with his sword. This woman used him as a shield, completely not considering his life or death. Think about it. If he was an ordinary person, what would the result be? He would definitely die. Previously, he had already felt the killing intent from Lin Su's eyes. Feng Shui glanced at Yi Xian, still angry. Yi Xian was expressionless. Move aside. Feng Shui said softly. I really didn't know you liked men. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Feng Shui suddenly approached Yi Xian and grinned. Actually, I think what you said is very right. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What's very right? Feng Shui blinked. The opposite sex is only for reproduction. The same sex is true love. Yi Xian was speechless. Feng Shui looked around then said softly. Actually, I like women. Hearing this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. F***CK. This is really F***King explosive. Feng Shui sighed softly. Unfortunately, no one can understand me. Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. Is it wrong to like women? Yi Xian was speechless. Feng Shui suddenly said. Yang Xian, you're not an ordinary person, right? Yi Xian looked at Feng Shui. What do you mean? Feng Shui said seriously. When you faced me and Lin Su, there was no fear in your eyes. There's only one explanation, and that is you have confidence. So you're definitely not an ordinary person. Yi Xian smiled. I'm just an ordinary person. Miss, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Saying that, he turned around and left. He did not want to provoke this woman. She seemed to be in her rebellious phase. It was better not to provoke her. Feng Shui didn't stop Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian's back as he left, deep in thought. After Yi Xian left, he immediately found an empty courtyard. In the courtyard, he sat cross-legged on the ground and said in a deep voice, Little heir, can you predict what will happen to me next? Xiao heir. Yes. Yi Xian quickly asked, What's going to happen to me next? Xiao heir said, You will be enlightened after this, and immediately reach the level of a true mortal sword. Hearing this, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Are you kidding me? Xiao heir said indifferently. You were the one who joked with me first. Please, if I could predict the future, would I have ended up like this? Yi Xian's expression froze. After a short while he said, Aren't many extraordinary experts able to predict what will happen in the future? Xiao heir said, Some experts who have reached a certain level can predict what will happen in the future. However, it's absolutely impossible for them to predict in detail. They can only predict the general situation. Moreover, it depends on the situation. For example, if the tribulation or the person related to the tribulation is too strong, then they won't be able to predict it. For example, that big brother of yours. He's not tainted by any karma. If he wants to kill someone, then the person who is killed will not be able to predict anything related to your big brother. Hearing this, Yi Xian said softly, I understand. Xiao Er continued. The future is uncertain, and it's exactly because of this that a person's life is meaningful. If a person's future is destined, then what's the point of his life? Yi Xian said softly. I thought that the Cosmos Court would make every single person's life. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. A person's fate is already determined. Xiao Er said. We're not that strong. What we protect is the order of the universe. Whether it's us or the universal laws, we're the guardians of the order of the universe. As for the Tao of destiny that you mentioned, everyone's destiny is actually different, and it's not fair. For example, some people are born with wealth. Their starting point is the end point that some ordinary people can't reach in their entire lives. Of course, it's not absolute. There are many people who can change their destiny through their own hard work. Therefore, everyone's destiny is determined at birth, but the future is not. Yi Xian asked, Is there a destiny law? Xiao Er said, Yes. The second is the destiny law. Yi Xian was a little curious. What about the first? Xiao Er said calmly, Guess. Yi Xian's face darkened. Guess my ass. Xiao Er said. The duty of the destiny law is to protect the order of destiny, and not let others control their own destiny. However, she's also injured now. Her power of law can no longer protect the Tao of destiny of this vast universe. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The destiny law is injured? Who did it? Xiao Er said coldly. You did it. Your sister did it. Yi Xian. Xiao Er's voice became colder. When that mysterious person forcibly reincarnated, not only did he injure the reincarnation law, but he also injured the destiny law and the karma law. Not only did he jump out of the order of the destiny law, but he also controlled the fate of that life. No, I should say, he implicated that life of yours. At this point she suddenly sneered. However, this guy's luck is also bad. I guess he never dreamed that you have a sister, who is even more heaven-defying than him. Your sister forcibly saved you and suppressed him. This guy is really bloody unlucky. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Xiao Er, that mysterious person can also defy the laws of the universe. My sister Qing can also defy the laws of the universe. Who is stronger? Xiao Er said coldly. Do you still need to ask this question? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Er said. The one who lives well is stronger. Yi Xian was stunned, then shook his head with a smile. It was obvious that Qing was strong. Yes, if Qing was not strong, the one who should be suppressed should be her. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked again. Xiao Er, from what you said, that mysterious person is also very strong. He can actually defy the laws of the universe. Xiao Er was silent for a moment, then said. He is the first person to defy the laws of the universe. Yi Xian asked. Do you know his identity? Xiao Er said lightly. I don't know. Yi Xian blinked. Actually, in that case, you and I are both victims. Since we are all victims, why do we hurt each other? Isn't it better for us to join forces to kill that mysterious person? Xiao Er said angrily. We are the victims. You are not a victim. Your sister and that father of yours are worse than that mysterious person. Especially your sister. She defied the laws of the universe more than that mysterious person. Not only does she want to defy the laws of the universe, she also wants to kill the laws of the universe. Yi Xian was speechless. If you don't mess with me, Qing will not target you. Xiao Er suddenly said. Why don't you come with me to the Cosmos God Court to plead guilty? Let's settle this peacefully. Yi Xian blinked and said with a smile, Sure. Xiao Er quickly said. Are you sure? Yi Xian smiled. I will bring my brother and Qing there. We will settle this peacefully. Xiao Er's expression instantly turned cold. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. In the sky, there was a powerful. This chapter is not finished. Please flip the page. The aura spread over. At this moment, Xiao Er's expression changed greatly. Not good. That woman is using the misfortune law to find you. She is forcefully sensing the misfortune law. If she can sense it, She can use the misfortune law to find you. Because in this world, you are currently the only misfortune body. Wherever the power of the law of calamity is, it's definitely where you are. Yi Xian's expression sank. Do you have any solution? Xiao Er was silent for a moment, said, Call your brother here. Yi Xian. Xiao Er said. It is not too late to call him now. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I want to call him too, but I don't know where he went. Xiao Er was stunned, then said, You can't contact him? Yi Xian nodded. He can contact me, but I can't contact him. Xiao Er said angrily. Just wait for your death. Yi Xian spread his hands. If this woman finds me, do you think she will let you off? Xiao Er was furious. You think I am afraid of her? Yi Xian blinked. Miss Xiao Er, of course you are not afraid of her. But you are still being suppressed. If that woman takes advantage of you, what will you do? In the World Prison Pagoda, Xiao Er's expression was extremely ugly. Take advantage of me? That woman will definitely take advantage of me and humiliate me. Thinking of this, Xiao Er's expression became even uglier. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Quickly think of a way. Xiao Er was expressionless. What else can I do? Just screw her and be done with it. Xiao Er blinked. Can the two of us beat her? Xiao Er said coldly. Even if we can't beat her, we have to. Yi Xian was speechless, listening to this woman. She might not be able to beat her. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Why don't you help me stall her? I will go find reinforcements. Xiao Er sneered. Let me tell you, if we live together. If we die together. Do as you see fit. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta suddenly said. Xiao Er, are you going to live and die with the young master? Wow, don't tell me you like the young master. Xiao Er suddenly flew into a rage. Stupid door, shut up. Xiao Ta floated to the 9th floor, it chuckled. Come and hit me then. Yi Xian. Soon, a series of explosions rang out in the prison pagoda. Yi Xian was about to speak. At this moment, Xiao Er suddenly stopped. She suddenly looked up. After a moment, her eyes narrowed slightly. Someone is helping you resist the disaster law. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Who? Is it my big brother? Xiao Er shook her head. No, if it was your big brother, he would have chopped that woman with a sword. What's the point of blocking? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Then who could it be? Xiao Er said solemnly. It's not a person. The other party is using an array to help you resist. A trace of confusion flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Array? Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian. You really don't know? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Xiao Er glanced at Yi Xian silent. This guy doesn't look like he's lying. Just how many helpers does this guy have? Fuck. Endless helpers. In the starry sky, Mu Xiaodao raised his head, his expression cold. Who is resisting the power of the disaster law? Do they not want to live? After a moment of silence, a voice came from the endless starry sky. Undying Emperor Clan, please kill me. End of this chapter. Chapter 1548. Undying Emperor Clan? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Which faction was this? At this moment, Xiao Er said softly. Why would this clan help you block the disaster laws? Yi Xian asked quickly. Xiao Er, do you know this clan? Xiao Er said after a moment of silence. They are known as the #1 clan in the universe. At this point she frowned. You don't know them? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't. Xiao Er said after a moment of silence. Damn. I almost forgot about the bloodline in your body. You are from the Undying Emperor clan. Yi Xian. At this moment Xiao Er said run. Yi Xian looked up at the sky. The Undying Emperor clan can't stop this woman? Xiao Er said angrily. Stop my ass. The Undying Emperor clan is in the 9-dimensional universe, which is several universes away from here. How can they stop this woman? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then turned and ran. At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely shocked. The 9-dimensional universe. There really was a 9-dimensional universe. He couldn't understand why a faction in the 9-dimensional universe would protect him. Could it be his mother's clan? But Duga Xian was just an ordinary woman. Moreover, Dugu Xian didn't seem to have the bloodline of the Undying. Could it be that his birth parents were someone else? Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt a headache. He almost couldn't figure out whose son he was. In the starry sky, Mu Xiaodao looked at the depths of the starry sky, his eyes cold. Undying Emperor clan. In the depths of the starry sky, a figure condensed. It was the patriarch of the Undying Emperor clan Dongli Jing. Void projection. And his body was several universes away in the nine-dimensional universe. Dongli Jing looked at Mu Xiaodao, his expression calm. Law protector. Mu Xiaodao smiled. What, your Undying Emperor clan wants to protect this youth called Yi Xian? Dongli Jing said calmly. So what? Unyielding. The Undying Emperor clan had existed for millions of years. Other than that time when they met the green-robed man, they had never been afraid. Although they were wary of the Cosmos God Court, they weren't afraid. Of course, a large part of the reason for this confidence was because of the green-robed man. This Yi Xian not only possessed the bloodline of the Undying Imperial clan, he also possessed the bloodline of the green-clothed man. In other words, the Undying Imperial clan was standing together with the green-clothed man. So what if I am? A cold smile appeared on Dongli Jing's face. It seems like your Undying Imperial clan has been very arrogant these past few years. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and the flying dagger in her hand flew out. Chi. In the distance, Higashi Yasushi's projection vanished, but the flying dagger didn't stop. It pierced through the starry sky, and wherever it passed, space was annihilated inch by inch. Even the cosmic barrier couldn't stop it. In just a few breaths of time, the flying knife had already arrived in the sky above the undying world of the nine-dimensional universe. Then it struck the undying blood array. Boom! The entire undying blood formation trembled violently, and then was annihilated inch by inch. The flying dagger had already disappeared. The expressions of the experts from the Undying Imperial clan turned unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Higashi Yasushi suddenly said in a cold voice, I'll go meet her. All of you reconstruct the formation. You must help him block the laws of calamity. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward and pulled her hands forward. Hiss! The space in front of her was torn apart by her hands. And then she stepped into the spatial rift and vanished in the blink of an eye. After Higashi Yasushi left, Dongli's was suddenly said, Reconstruct the formation. It didn't take long for another grand formation to rise slowly from within the Undying Imperial clan. The Kiliacosm. Mu Xiaodao opened her palm, and a flying dagger flew back into her hand. At this moment, her expression was extremely gloomy. She'd almost found Yi Xian just now. However, she'd been stopped by the Undying Imperial clan. The Undying Imperial clan. Mu Xiaodao was quite puzzled. Why would this ancient clan suddenly help Yi Xian? After a moment of silence, Mu Xiaodao turned around and glanced around. She didn't sense the auras of Yi Xian or Xiao Air. They've escaped again. Mu Xiaodao suddenly raised her palm into the sky. In the next moment, a ray of red light shot into the sky and shot into the starry sky. On the other side, within Yi Xian's body, Xiao Air suddenly said, Not good. That woman is calling for the Universe Enforcer. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Universe Enforcer? Xiao Air said solemnly, Yes. Within the Universe God Court, there's a mysterious team called the Universe Enforcer. They frequently patrol the universe, and specifically kill those who destroy the order of the universe. For example, those who reincarnate and are reborn. Yi Xian asked, Are they powerful? Xiao Air said, With your current strength, you can barely become a Universe Enforcer. Yi Xian's expression darkened. This woman called Mu Xiaodao is actually calling for people. She's too shameless. Xiao Air said coldly, Although I don't like that woman, please, when it comes to calling for people, who can compare to you, young Master Yi? Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian didn't continue bickering with this woman. He looked around and said, Miss Xiao Air, where do we escape to? Xiao Air said, We can't escape. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Xiao Air said solemnly, You can't fly a sword, and you can't use Xian Qi. Otherwise, that woman will immediately sense you. Yi Xian's expression was a little ugly. so I can only wait for death. After a moment of silence, Xiao'er said, "Can you help me remove the sword qi that Swordsman left in between my eyebrows?" Yi Xian blinked. No. What a joke. The reason why this woman was standing with him now was because she was currently weaker and couldn't beat the woman who played with knives. If this guy recovered his strength, needless to say, he would definitely be twinned. Xiao'er said calmly. Then I have no other way. Think of a way yourself. Yi Xian thought about it and said, Miss Xiao'er, what's the personality of this woman who plays with knives? Xiao'er laughed coldly. What? Do you want to use your shamelessness to defeat her? Yi Xian laughed embarrassedly. I'm just asking. After all, as my enemy, I should at least understand her personality, right? Xiao'er said flatly. Don't think about all that fancy stuff. This woman isn't as stupid as you think. You're dreaming if you want to deceive her. Yi Xian was speechless. Before he knew it, Yi Xian had arrived at a mountain range. Actually, he was slightly panicking because the law of disaster was too mysterious. It caused trouble at the slightest provocation. Suddenly, the sounds of battle resounded from afar. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this, and he immediately turned around and left. Meanwhile, the door of disaster suddenly roared angrily. Hurry up, Yi Xian said furiously. Go my ass. Little Ernie, can you talk to the misfortune law and tell it not to play like this? If you have the ability, then fight me openly. Why are you doing such despicable things? Xiao'er said coldly. Are you sure you want her to come over and fight you in person? Yi Xian blinked. Can she come over? Xiao'er said calmly. Her law of disaster is on you. What do you think? Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, don't be a coward. There's nothing to be afraid of. We'll just fight. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. F***ck, he really wanted to beat this Xiaota to death. At this moment, an explosion suddenly came from afar. The next moment, a figure rushed out from the dense forest in the distance. It was a young man in his 20s. His body was covered in injuries, and it was obvious that he had experienced a huge battle. The young man staggered toward Yi Xian. He was about to speak when he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian turned around and left. His instincts told him that something bad had happened. Damn it! Right at this moment, the young man suddenly strode forward and grabbed the young man. Brother! Yi Xian was speechless. The young man withdrew a spatial ring and stuffed it into Yi Xian's hand. His voice trembled as he said, Brother, do me a favor and send this to the southern city's Xiao family. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I'm in a very difficult position. The young man hurriedly said, No, I won't help you for nothing. As he spoke, he withdrew a huge pile of crystals and placed them in front of Yi Xian. Brother, do me this favor, and all of these are yours. Moreover, the eldest young miss will reward you handsomely. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he withdrew a spatial ring. Have a look. The young man glanced at it, and he was stunned in the next moment. There were hundreds of millions of top-grade energy crystals in the spatial ring, and they were all of the highest quality. The young man gulped. Brother, this. Yi Xian gazed at the young man and spoke seriously. Brother, I'm not interested in money. The young man felt suffocated, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he clenched his right hand tightly, and a strand of violet energy suddenly appeared in his palm. He could save this man's life. Meanwhile, Xiao'er suddenly said, I advise you not to save him. If you do, then something bad will definitely happen. Because if you save him, then it'll be a cause. And this cause will definitely be a bad cause. Yi Xian spoke solemnly in his heart. What if I don't save him? Xiao'er fell silent for a moment before she said, Not saving him is also a bad cause. Something bad will definitely happen as well. Yi Xian was furious in his heart. Damn it. Xiao'er, tell me, is the law of disaster doing things to humans? She's forcing an innocent girl to become a prostitute. Xiao'er fell silent. She felt that doing this was going a bit too far. Xiao'er was shocked when she thought up to this point. How could I have such a thought? I'm the protector of the law of disaster. I should be steadfast in protecting the law of disaster. Outside, Yi Xian fell silent. Damn it. I can't save him. But I can't not save him either. At this moment, the young man slowly collapsed to the ground. He handed the storage ring to Yi Xian and begged, Brother, this is extremely important to my Xiao family. Please help me. And, as he spoke, he took out another storage ring and handed it to Yi Xian. This is my life savings. Please give it to my younger sister. Her name is Xiao Ling. Younger sister. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. He no longer hesitated and opened his palm. A strand of purple gas floated into the young man's body. Boom! In an instant, the injuries all over the young man's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within the prison pagoda, Xiao Er fell silent. She did not know what would happen next. The young man was a bit dazed. He looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Brother, Yi Xian said, send it back yourself now. After saying this, he turned and left. The young man was stunned. He looked at Yi Xian, who was leaving in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. In the distant mountain range, Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and smiled. There doesn't seem to be a problem, Xiao Er said indifferently. There will definitely be a problem. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, Do you think I did anything wrong? Xiao Er said, What are you trying to say? Yi Xian smiled. Xiao Er, let's have a good chat. Do you think I did anything wrong by saving him? Xiao Er replied with a question. What if that man is an evil person? Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Er said, There are two sides to everything. Most of the time, the good deeds you do might not be really good. Moreover, I have to remind you that good deeds might not necessarily be rewarded in this world. In the Milky Way world, people who do good deeds are often extorted. Yi Xian blinked. You know about the Milky Way world as well? Xiao Er said indifferently. Of course I do. However, the Cosmos God Court doesn't manage it. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? Don't you manage the entire universe? After a moment of silence, Xiao Er said, That place is a little special. A little special? Yi Xian was a little curious. How special? Xiao Er suddenly said angrily. Why do you have so many questions? Is our relationship very good? Ha. Yi Xian. P.S. Hee. Chapter 1549. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions, because he discovered that this woman seemed to be becoming irritable again. A hot-tempered woman. Yi Xian began to speed up his pace. He was quite annoyed because he originally wanted to cultivate a Dao body. With the blood of the horned little girl, it would be very easy for him to cultivate Dao. But the problem was that he did not dare to cultivate at all. He did not know how terrifying Mu Xiaodao was. But he knew how terrifying Little was. At his peak, Little was ridiculously strong. And Mu Xiaodao, who was also a law guardian, was definitely not inferior to Little. Thinking of this, he was even more certain that he could not face Mu Xiaodao head-on. He had to be as wretched as possible. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He frowned and turned around. Not far away, more than a dozen auras were coming at him. Soon, more than a dozen people appeared in front of Yi Xian. The leader was a woman. She wore a black robe and held a sword in her hand. Beside the woman, there was a young man. Yi Xian recognized this young man. It was the young man he had saved before. Yi Xian's expression sank. They came with ill intentions. The young man smiled and said, We meet again. Yi Xian smiled and said, What's the matter? The young man looked at the woman beside him. The woman walked not far from Yi Xian and said, You have a kind of purple aura on your body. Yi Xian nodded and said, Yes. The woman looked straight at Yi Xian and said, And a lot of crystal stones. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Sure enough, good karma can also have bad karma. The woman stared at Yi Xian and said, Seeing that you saved my clansman, if you hand it over, I can spare your life. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss, if I hand it over, you will immediately kill me to eliminate future troubles, right? The woman's eyes narrowed, and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, "You bunch of idiots." The woman and the others were dumbfounded by the scolding. Yi Xian angrily pointed at the woman. "Use your pig brain to think. To be able to have that kind of purple energy and so many crystals. How could an ordinary person be? Would it? Can't you guys grow some brains? Even if you're going to be a bad guy, can't you use your brain a little?" Speaking of this, he also felt a little sullen. Damn it. For the first time in history, he hoped that his enemy would be smarter. The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Then can you tell me who you are?" Yi Xian swiped the ground with his right hand. In an instant, countless treasures appeared in front of him. Among them were some supreme-grade treasures. His executing heaven sword, soul-suppressing sword, violet chi, and supreme-grade energy crystals. In addition, there were countless treasures of heaven and earth. Most of them were spoils of war from the past few years. The expressions of the woman and the others changed violently when they saw those treasures. Any one of these treasures in front of him was priceless. Especially that purple gas and those top-grade energy crystals. The degree of purity. At this moment, the hearts of the woman and the others surged like a tidal wave, and they were extremely shocked. Yi Xian pointed at those treasures. "See that? Am I an ordinary person?" The woman looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, there was a solemn and fearful expression in her eyes. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw this. Obviously, this woman probably wouldn't make a move. Suddenly, the young man by the woman's side spoke abruptly. "Eldest young miss, there's only one reason why he said so much, and that's because he's afraid." Yi Xian was speechless. The woman looked at the young man, and the young man looked at Yi Xian and sneered. If he really isn't an ordinary person, then why would he waste his breath on us? He only said so much to scare us away. Yi Xian shook his head speechlessly. Xiao'er suddenly said, "Hold it, don't do anything." The young man continued, "Young miss, so many treasures are enough to change the fate of our Xiao family. In time, our Xiao family will definitely become the #1 family in South City. No, it'll become the #1 family in the entire world." Hearing this, the woman and the others instantly felt the blood in their bodies boil. The #1 family in the world. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao'er suddenly said, "A little impatience will spoil great plans. Hold it." The young man spoke in a deep voice. "Young miss, riches come from danger. If we do this, our Xiao family will rise completely." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "Moreover, if we give up now, this person might take revenge on our Xiao family in the future. At that time, it'll be even more troublesome. Since that's the case, why don't we kill him now and take his treasures?" Yi Xian looked at the young man. "I saved you just now." The young man smiled. "Did I ask you to save me?" As he spoke, he shook his head with a smile. "I don't think I asked you to save me, right?" Suddenly, the young man's voice stopped abruptly. That was because a hand was gripping his throat. It wasn't Yi Xian. It was Xiao'er. Yi Xian was slightly stunned when he saw Xiao'er suddenly make a move. Xiao'er looked coldly at the young man, whose face was filled with terror. "Is that what you're saying? I suddenly realized that although that bitch is cheap, she's not disgusting. But you make me extremely disgusted. Fuck you." As she spoke, she slammed the young man to the ground. Bang! The young man's head exploded, and blood sprayed violently. The woman and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. Meanwhile, Yi Xian loosened his hand. He wanted to make the first move, but he didn't expect Xiao'er to make the first move. The Xiao family's eldest young miss stared at Xiao'er. "You. Who are you?" Xiao'er ignored the eldest young miss, and turned around to look. Not far away, a woman had appeared out of nowhere. Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao sized up Xiao'er, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Xiao'er, you don't seem to be in a good state." Xiao'er looked at Mu Xiaodao. "Give me 15 minutes. Mu Xiaodao smiled. "Sure." Xiao'er turned around to look at the Xiao family's eldest young Mississippi. "You stupid woman. Are you brainless? That bitch can take out so many treasures at once. Is he an ordinary person? Did your IQ get eaten by a dog?" the Xiao family's eldest young miss said in a deep voice. Senior, this is my Xiao family's fault. I apologize to the two of you on behalf of the Xiao family. Apologize? Xiao Air said angrily. I don't accept it. As she spoke, she slapped out. Bang! The Xiao family's eldest young miss was directly destroyed by this slap. Xiao Air slapped out again. In the distance, the Xiao family's experts were directly wiped out by a powerful force. After killing them, Xiao Air clapped her hands. Comfortable. With that, she turned around to look at Mu Xiaodao. Let's begin. Mu Xiaodao's mouth curled up. All right. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and the flying knife in her hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, Xiao Air's expression turned sinister. She clapped her hands together, and a blood lightning exploded from her palms. The knife arrived. Bang! The blood lightning exploded apart, and Xiao Air was instantly pushed over 10 kilometers back. Moreover, there was a deep gash on the right side of her face. Yi Xian's expression instantly became extremely solemn when he witnessed this scene. Damn it! This woman with the flying knife isn't just ordinarily ferocious. Mu Xiaodao opened her palm, and the flying knife returned to her hand. She gazed at Xiao Air and smiled. Xiao Air, why have you become so weak? Xiao Air wiped off the blood on her face. She didn't waste her breath at all, and suddenly vanished on the spot. A blood lightning tore through the surroundings. Mu Xiaodao's eyes narrowed slightly, and she pointed forward with the flying knife in her hand. Bang! An expanse of lightning suddenly erupted in front of Mu Xiaodao, and then a figure retreated explosively. This figure retreated over 30 kilometers away. The person who retreated was Little Air. Xiao Air's pupils constricted when she stopped moving. She suddenly moved to the side, and a cold ray of light flashed past her face. Xiao Air gazed at Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao was looking at her with a spurious smile on her face, and the flying knife was still in her hand. On the other hand, a blood-red mark had appeared on the other side of Xiao Air's face. Mu Xiaodao gazed at Xiao Air and smiled. Xiao Air, I'm really not used to you suddenly becoming so weak. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and the flying knife in her hand suddenly started to spin swiftly. In an instant, the entire heavens and the earth started to become illusory. Watch out for the flying knife. The heavens and the earth can't endure it. Mu Xiaodao gazed at Xiao Air and smiled. Xiao Air, you're going to die after this. Don't worry, I'll let you die with dignity. As she spoke, she was about to attack. However, Yi Xian suddenly said, Wait! Mu Xiaodao gazed at Yi Xian. Do you have a problem with that? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Miss, I think it's unfair. After all, Miss Xiao Air isn't at her peak right now. Mu Xiaodao blinked. Fair? What's fair? Can it even be eaten? Yi Xian was flabbergasted. Damn it! I've encountered another shameless person. Mu Xiaodao sized up Yi Xian and smiled. One with the body of calamity. You seem to have quite a good relationship with Xiao Air. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Miss, I think that you would definitely feel a lot of regret if you killed Miss Xiao Air just like that, right? After all, she isn't at her peak right now. Mu Xiaodao suddenly shook her head. No, I don't feel any regret at all. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I really don't understand. Aren't all of you from the Cosmos Court? Why did you kill each other? As soon as he finished speaking, even he felt that it was quite absurd. Damn it! Isn't it a good thing for the Cosmos Court to kill each other? Mu Xiaodao sized up Yi Xian once more, and then she smiled. Actually, I don't understand it either. She's the guardian of the law of calamity, and you're the body of calamity. How did the two of you get together? At the side, Xiao Air suddenly spoke angrily. You're the one who got together with him. I have nothing to do with him. Yi Xian nodded. The two of us are innocent. We have nothing to do with each other. Mu Xiaodao blinked. Innocent? I didn't say that the two of you aren't innocent. Yi Xian was speechless. Mu Xiaodao glanced at Yi Xian and Xiao Air, and then she said, The two of you wouldn't have really gotten together, right? If that's the case, then I'm very shocked. In the distance, Xiao Air suddenly spoke coldly. Mu Xiaodao, are you trying to kill us with your mouth? Mu Xiaodao looked at Xiao Air and smiled. All right. No more nonsense. Xiao Air die. As soon as she finished speaking, the flying dagger in her hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, Xiao Er's pupils constricted, and she pressed her hands together. A blood-red lightning wall suddenly condensed in front of her. The flying dagger arrived. Bang! The blood-red lightning wall trembled violently. In the next moment, the blood-red lightning wall split apart, and the flying dagger flew past Xiao Er's chest. Hiss! A stream of blood sprayed out. P.S. I was late yesterday, so I'll make up for it today. A real man should keep his word. I'm a man. Don't call me a B***TCH. Chapter 1550. The knife pierced through her chest, and Xiao Er immediately retreated thousands of feet away. As soon as she stopped, blood slowly flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and on her chest, there was a knife wound. A powerful force was crushing the vitality in her body. Xiao Er hurriedly suppressed the force in her body. In the distance, Mu Xiaodao opened her palm, and the flying knife suddenly appeared in her palm. She looked at Xiao Er and smiled. I won't give you a chance. As she spoke, the flying knife in her hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, Xiao Er stared at the flying knife. She knew that she would definitely die this time, because if she blocked this flying knife, the force in her body would instantly crush all her vitality. Am I going to die? Xiao Er slowly closed her eyes. She was somewhat unwilling to die like this, because this was not her peak state. She was unwilling, but she was powerless. At this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. In front of her stood a man. It was Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian blocking in front of her, Xiao Er was stunned. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly flew in front of her, and the next moment countless purple gas surged towards her like a tide. Yi Xian stared at the flying knife. Hurry up and heal. I'll help you block it. As he spoke, he directly rushed out. Fight. Have you seen Mu Xiaodao before? He was very clear that he couldn't beat him, but he must fight, because once Xiao Er died, Mu Xiaodao's target would be him, Yi Xian. If he saved Xiao Er, and the two of them joined forces, there would still be a chance of survival. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed. Sword domain plus sword of life and death. This was his current strongest sword. The sword stabbed out. Boom! In front of Yi Xian, the sword light shattered, and he instantly retreated thousands of feet away. Just as he stopped, crack! The executing heaven sword in his hand directly cracked. Not only that, his whole body instantly cracked into a spider web, especially his face. At a glance, it was extremely terrifying. One blow almost destroyed his soul. Yi Xian took a deep breath. This woman was really King terrifying. Why were all the women he met so terrifying? In the distance, Mu Xiaodao glanced at Yi Xian. This sword is actually a mortal sword. Interesting. If this sword wasn't an ordinary sword, Yi Xian would definitely die. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then turned to look at Little Air, who was not far away. At this moment, Little Air had recovered a lot with the help of the violet qi, but he still needed some time. Mu Xiaodao suddenly laughed and said, Looks like your relationship is really deep. Then she looked at Yi Xian. Take another knife attack from me. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and the flying sword suddenly flew out. When the saber was unleashed, the entire world seemed to have quietened down. Between heaven and earth, there was only the tearing sound of the saber. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this strike. Invincible. That was the only thought left in his mind. Flee. As soon as this thought appeared, it was rejected by Yi Xian, and a wisp of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Flee my ass. Even if I die, I'll die with dignity. He took a step forward and stabbed with his sword. This strike was still a sword of life and death. Moreover, he'd forgotten about life and death when this strike was executed. Life was the strike. Death was the strike. Meanwhile, the flying saber arrived. Bang! An expanse of sword light and saber light suddenly erupted in front of Yi Xian, and the heavens and the earth split apart. Mu Xiaodao's eyes suddenly narrowed, because Yi Xian's sword had actually blocked her saber in the distance. Yi Xian had used the cracked executing heaven sword to block her flying saber. At this moment, Yi Xian was calm like water, and there wasn't the slightest aura of the sword Dao on him. However, the executing heaven sword in his hand was trembling slightly. Mu Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian. The mortal realm. It wasn't the mortal realm, but the mortal realm. A realm that had jumped out of the realm. From this moment onwards, the realms set by the Dao scripture and others were no longer effective against Yi Xian. He had truly jumped out of the shackles of the realm. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao suddenly waved his right hand. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated thousands of meters away. After he stopped, Yi Xian spat out several mouthfuls of blood, but he was smiling. The mortal realm. He had truly reached the mortal realm. In the distance, Mu Xiaodao suddenly smiled and said, "You seem very happy." Yi Xian looked at Mu Xiaodao and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Why wouldn't I be happy?" Mu Xiaodao blinked. "I had already entered the mortal realm hundreds of thousands of years ago." Yi Xian shook his head. No, that's not what I'm happy about." Mu Xiaodao was slightly curious. "Then what are you happy about?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm happy that I can use external objects." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his palm, and in the next moment, countless strands of sword energy shot out from within him. It wasn't his own sword energy, but the remnant sword energy that the green-clothed man had left behind tens of thousands of years ago. Mu Xiaodao's expression instantly changed when she saw the sword energy, and she held the flying saber between her fingers as she slashed it forward. The space in front of her was obliterated inch by inch. However, her attack wasn't able to shatter the sword energy, and the sword energy directly tore through her energy and slashed towards her. Mu Xiaodao's pupils constricted, and then she tapped the tip of her foot lightly and floated backwards. At the same time, the flying saber in her hand flew forward. Hiss! The saber tore through the sky and collided head-on with the sword energy. Meanwhile, one of the strands of sword energy slashed directly onto the flying saber, and it was instantly stopped. Meanwhile, another strand of sword energy slashed onto the flying saber. Bang! The flying saber was blasted flying. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao had already retreated 30 kilometers away. She opened her palm, and the flying saber appeared in her hand once more. But at this moment, the flying saber in her hand had split apart. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Condense!" As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory strands of sword energy suddenly fused together and transformed into a sword of energy. It was a relatively condensed sword of energy. Yi Xian pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. Slash! Hiss! The sword of energy tore through the sky. Mu Xiaodao's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a wisp of a solemn expression in the depths of her eyes. She didn't retreat. She took a step forward instead, and then she swiftly slashed the flying saber forward. Sky Destroyer. As soon as the saber descended, a 300 long strand of saber energy suddenly appeared in midair, and then it descended in a straight line. Crack! At this instant, the heavens and the earth and the surroundings collapsed. Sky Destroyer. The entire world was shocked. The saber energy slashed directly onto the sword of energy. In an instant, the heavens and the earth trembled violently, while the space in the surroundings was transformed into nothingness. Suddenly the sound of cracking resounded. Mu Xiaodao's saber energy split apart and shattered, and then the sword of energy continued forward and slashed at Mu Xiaodao. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Mu Xiaodao's eyes, and then she suddenly opened her palm. God Slayer. As soon as she finished speaking, the flying saber in her hand suddenly flew forward, and it was like a cold light that caused the heavens and the earth to dim down. Moreover, this saber slashed directly onto the sword of energy. Bang! The flying saber exploded apart, and then a powerful aftershock swept through the sky. It was extremely swift, and it instantly swept through the starry sky that was 500,000 kilometers away, causing the entire starry sky to seethe with excitement. At the instant that the flying saber shattered, the sword energy tore through the sky and slashed straight at Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao's expression became ferocious, and then she slowly closed her eyes while an illusory saber suddenly appeared above her. As soon as this illusory saber appeared, the quintessence energy in the world started to disperse bit by bit. This illusory saber was already harming the quintessence of the universe. Mu Xiaodao suddenly opened her eyes and shouted furiously, "Divine fusion!" As soon as she finished speaking, her soul suddenly came out of its sheath. The next moment, her soul held onto the illusory flying saber and slashed forward. As the saber fell, the quintessence energy of the entire universe instantly dissipated at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. As for the world that Mu Xiaodao was in, it directly began to shatter. Under this saber, nothing could survive. Something worth mentioning was that when Yi Xian shot out that strand of sword energy, he'd already carried little on his back and ran. In order to block this sword energy, Mu Xiaodao did not hesitate to use her most powerful saber attack. In fact, she usually did not use this saber attack. This was because the lethality was too great, and it harmed the quintessence and the harmony of the world. However, at this moment, she had no other choice because this sword energy was simply too powerful. As this saber slashed down, the sword energy was finally forced to stop. However, in the next moment, Mu Xiaodao's pupils suddenly shrank because the flying saber in her hand began to be annihilated bit by bit. She still could not block it. Mu Xiaodao was greatly shocked, and she immediately shouted angrily, "Soul returns to God Slayer." As soon as she finished speaking, her soul returned to her body. As soon as her soul returned to her body, the illusory flying saber had vanished without a trace, and the sword energy had instantly arrived in front of her. At this critical moment, she used her hand like a saber, pointed forward, and shouted furiously, "Break!" Bang! Her right arm exploded apart, while the powerful force of the collision blasted her over 100 kilometers away. As soon as she stopped moving, the energy sword had appeared in front of her once more. Her pupils suddenly constricted when she witnessed this scene. However, the energy sword had suddenly stopped when it was still half an inch away from the center of her forehead, and then it gradually dispersed into nothingness. Mu Xiaodao's eyes slowly closed. There was a mysterious force in front of her, and it was this mysterious force that had destroyed that strand of sword energy earlier. That mysterious force gradually started to disperse. Mu Xiaodao opened her eyes and gazed into the distance. Besides killing intent, there was a trace of seriousness and fear in her eyes. She knew that this strand of sword energy didn't belong to Yi Xian. But since it didn't belong to Yi Xian, then whose was it? A moment later, she lowered her head and glanced at her right shoulder. At this moment, her right arm had disappeared. Mu Xiaodao's eyes slowly closed, and no one knew what she was thinking. On the other side, Yi Xian was running madly with little and as he fled, he could still feel the intense battle behind him. At this moment, little suddenly said, "The battle is over. Stop." Yi Xian stopped, put little down, and then turned to look. "Is she dead?" Little glanced at the end of the horizon, and a moment later, she shook her head. No, the nomological energy behind her saved her. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and he said angrily, "Damn it, she actually called for help. How King shameless." Little glanced at Yi Xian. "Don't you feel embarrassed when you say that?" Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1551. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and started to heal himself. Now he started to use purple energy to heal himself. He who had already reached the mortal sword realm could use any external objects because he would no longer rely on them. His current state of mind was completely different from before. Of course, the main reason was that he had no choice but to use external objects. He really couldn't do it. At the side, Xiao Er was also healing herself. Her injuries were already mostly healed. Xiao Er glanced at Yi Xian. "Why did you save me just now?" Yi Xian said seriously. "We are good friends, friends help each other." Xiao Er suddenly said angrily. "Shut up." Yi Xian. Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian. "Let me tell you, in my current state, even if we join forces, we still can't beat that woman. Moreover, that woman also summoned the Cosmos Executioner. With their speed, they will arrive here soon." Yi Xian said solemnly. "Xiao Er, You are also from the Cosmos God Court. The Cosmos Executioner won't beat you too, right? Xiao Er was expressionless. They won't beat me, but they will beat you. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, Then what do you think we should do now? Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian. Get rid of Mu Xiaodao, get rid of the Cosmos Executioner, then get rid of the Cosmos God Court. Yi Xian hurriedly said, You have a plan? Xiao Er said angrily, I have a chicken feather plan. Can you remember? I am from the Cosmos God Court. I am the protector of the misfortune law. Can you not ask me how to deal with the Cosmos God Court? We are really not on the same side. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I almost forgot about that. Xiao Er looked coldly at Yi Xian. Remember, I want to kill you. Be more careful. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Then let's talk about how to deal with Mu Xiaodao. Xiao Er was silent for a moment, then said, That can be done. Yi Xian glanced at little Er. Do you have any good suggestions? Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian. 3 ways. The first one you call your big brother. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know where big bro has gone to act cool. Tell me about the second one. Xiao Er pointed at the space between his eyebrows. Help me get the sword aura that your brother left in my brain out. I'll fight her one-on-one, and you can sneak an attack from the side. You can definitely kill her. Yi Xian asked, What happens after I kill her? Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian. Then I'll kill you. Yi Xian said, Tell me about the third one. He knew very well that the reason he could coexist peacefully with Xiao Er now was because she was suppressed by the sword qi. If the sword qi was withdrawn, this woman would become even more terrifying than Mu Xiaodao. At that time, he might get mixed doubles. Little Er was expressionless. The third way is to keep running. However, this is only a stopgap measure, because she will find you sooner or later. Yi Xian said, I've already reached the mortal realm. If we join forces, can we kill her? Xiao Er shook her head. No. Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Er suddenly looked up at the sky. She frowned. She's here. As soon as she said that, the sky suddenly split open, and a woman walked out. It was Mu Xiaodao. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao's injuries were almost healed. Mu Xiaodao did not care about Xiao Er this time, but looked at Yi Xian. Do you still have that kind of sword qi? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Mu Xiaodao stared at Yi Xian. No, you don't have any more. As soon as she said that, the flying knife in her hand suddenly flew out and slashed at Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian took a step forward and stabbed with his sword. It was just an ordinary sword. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated a few kilometers. But in the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Mu Xiaodao and slashed with his sword. Mu Xiaodao caught the flying knife with 2 fingers and blocked it. Bang! The heavens and the earth trembled. Yi Xian was blasted flying again. However, at the instant he was blasted flying, over a dozen sword qi suddenly appeared around Mu Xiaodao. The sword qi crisscrossed and shattered space. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao's body suddenly became illusory, and he was faintly visible. Those sword qi slashed at him. A short moment later, Mu Xiaodao's body condensed, and those sword qi were gone. Yi Xian's face sank when he saw this scene. Mu Xiaodao was about to attack, when a bolt of blood-red lightning suddenly descended from above her head. Xiao Er had attacked. At this moment, she knew that she couldn't allow Mu Xiaodao to kill Yi Xian. Otherwise she would die as well. If she joined forces with Yi Xian, they would have a chance at survival. Mu Xiaodao opened her palm, and the flying knife in her hand suddenly shot into the sky and slashed at the blood-red lightning. Bang! The blood-red lightning exploded apart and transformed into nothingness. Meanwhile, Xiao Er suddenly appeared in front of Mu Xiaodao. She used her hand like a knife and swiftly slashed at Mu Xiaodao. This slash was like a large knife as it slashed down fiercely at Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao's expression was icy cold. She charged forward and suddenly slashed with the knife with 2 fingers. Head on. Bang! The knife descended, and the blood-red lightning was instantly obliterated. Xiao Er instantly retreated explosively by 30 kilometers. Mu Xiaodao was just about to attack again, when a sword qi suddenly appeared in front of her forehead. She tilted her head to the side, and avoided this instant death strike by a hair's breadth. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her, and a sword descended straight down from above her head. Mu Xiaodao's body suddenly became illusory. Hiss! Yi Xian's sword slashed empty air. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when his sword slashed empty air, and he suddenly stabbed towards the right. Bang! As soon as his sword stabbed out, Yi Xian felt his arm go numb while his chest felt suffocated. After that, his entire body was blasted flying, and he flew over 30 kilometers away. At the instant that Yi Xian was blasted flying, Mu Xiaodao's palm suddenly opened, and a flying knife pursued Yi Xian. The flying knife was like a thunderclap that tore through everything. With this strike, the world and the surroundings was obliterated inch by inch. Obviously, Mu Xiaodao intended to kill Yi Xian with this strike. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he saw this strike. What a formidable strike! A trace of viciousness flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. He didn't retreat, and he took a step forward instead before drawing his sword and slashing. A sword of life and death. Live or die. This strike slashed directly onto the flying knife, causing it to tremble violently before a powerful force erupted from it. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly utilized his sword domain to suppress it. Bang! The powerful force within the flying knife was instantly suppressed by his sword domain, but his countenance had instantly turned pale. The strength of this strike had exceeded the limits of his sword domain. Right at this moment, Mu Xiaodao suddenly opened her palm, and then an illusory flying knife appeared in her hand. Mu Xiaodao gazed at Yi Xian. Go! As soon as she finished speaking, the flying knife shot straight at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was suppressing the flying knife, so how could he resist it? Right at this moment, a bolt of blood-red lightning suddenly flashed, and it smashed directly onto the flying knife. Bang! The flying knife shook violently, and then the blood-red lightning exploded apart. The flying knife shot straight at Xiao Er, who stood in front of Yi Xian. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Xiao Er's eyes, and then she suddenly pressed her palms together and stopped the flying knife. Bang! Xiao Er's figure shook violently, while countless bolts of blood-red lightning exploded around her. At the same time, her body started to gradually become illusory. Her current strength was utterly insufficient to resist the might of this strike. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao opened his palm once more, and a flying knife condensed in his palm. Mu Xiaodao gazed at Xiao Er. Go! The flying knife suddenly shot forward. Another strike. Xiao Er's pupils constricted when she witnessed this scene, and then she slowly closed her eyes. After she was sealed by Swordsman, her strength was less than half of her peak strength. Under such circumstances, she was utterly unable to resist Mu Xiaodao, who was at his peak. Not to mention her current state, even she didn't dare say that she could defeat Mu Xiaodao at her peak. Now, she knew that she was really going to die. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was slightly displeased that she would have to die with this bitch behind her. However, it didn't matter. In any case, she and this bitch would both be annihilated, and no one would have a next life. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was behind Xiao Er, suddenly roared angrily. The next moment, he directly withdrew his sword domain and allowed the flying knife to pierce through his chest. However, he himself directly rushed in front of Xiao Er and stabbed forward with the executing heaven sword in his hand. The sword light cut through the knife light. Bang! The executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly exploded, and the flying knife directly penetrated his body. Bang! Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and then directly became illusory. Behind Yi Xian, Xiao Er opened her eyes. When she saw the scene before her, Xiao Er's eyes opened wide, and her entire mind went blank. Yi Xian slowly fell, and Xiao Er subconsciously caught him. Yi Xian was just about to speak when blood sprayed from his mouth, and his chest was instantly dyed red. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Er and smiled bitterly. I just reached the mortal realm. I thought I would finally be invincible. I didn't expect such an amazing person to come. Can't you give me a more normal enemy? This enemy is always several levels higher than me. I'm really angry. As he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood essence. Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. It was unknown what she was thinking. Yi Xian said softly, Am I going to die? Shower nodded. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, I think I can still be saved. Shower looked at Yi Xian. In this life, I, Shower, do not owe anyone anything. You saved my life, so I will return it to you. As she spoke, she stood up and looked at Mu Xiaodao, who was not far away. She slowly raised her hands, and in an instant blood lightning surged in the horizon. At the same time, a tinier character appeared between Xiao Era's eyebrows. Mu Xiaodao's eyes narrowed slightly. Shower, you're going to utilize the energy of the laws left behind by the laws of disaster. You have to think this through. The person behind you has the constitution of disaster, and utilizing the energy of the laws of disaster to save him is equivalent to going against the laws of disaster and the cosmos divine court. You will be sent into the boundless divine prison and be imprisoned for eternity. Shower said furiously, I'll fucking think about it. I'm going to die, so what the fuck am I thinking about? As soon as she finished speaking, the character between her eyebrows suddenly floated out, and in the next moment, an extremely terrifying force suddenly appeared here. Shower pointed furiously at Mu Xiaodao. Kill this bitch. As soon as she finished speaking, the character suddenly transformed into a blood-red bolt of lightning that slashed down towards Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao gave Shower a thumbs up when he saw this scene. You really have balls. You used the energy of the laws of disaster to help the person with the constitution of disaster resist the laws of disaster. Just wait for your punishment. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and ran. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.